Hey, yo. Right. Turn that off before I get a strike. So I've already got, I've still got a strike active. I'm not quite sure what video that's from. And it says, would you like to do a questionnaire to bring that 90 days down to something like a week? You can shove it. I've not said anything wrong. I've not done anything wrong. I tell the truth. So fuck them. Hello, Dave. You're right, me, China. How you doing? Michael's not going to be able to join us tonight because he's currently on the beach flicking sand into places that it shouldn't be with his missus. So he's going to be very sore in the morning, and so is she. I'm so sorry, Dave. I shouldn't have said that, because if Michael watches a replay with his missus, it's like, I'm not watching that cunt again. It's filthy. So who's with us then? And how we diddling? Thought I'd put the effort in. Bit of floral going on. It's summer, you know. I only put floral shirts on when it's summer. But yeah, the last time I got a major strike, because I mean they can just take your channel down like that, right? But ordinarily they just say, right, you've been given a strike for this reason and that reason. And then they say, would you like to do this questionnaire? And the first strike I ever got was for medical misinformation, something like that, when in all honesty, all I was doing was tell the truth. Now, I was in two minds. This is back when COVID was, when they were making a bigger deal out of something that never existed. So I said, yeah, you know, I'll do it, because I was curious as to what these questions were. they were going to ask me, and I swear to God, it was like the Ministry of Truth. And I did screenshot some of the questions and posted them so that you guys could see the sort of and people wonder why I hate Google and all of its subsidiaries. Hate. And I know hate's a strong word, but it's the only accurate word, because of the input that they had into pushing in as much propaganda and holding back as much truth as possible. And this is why I've got a real problem with people that accept money. Any other channel, if you'd like one of these channels that just likes to make sounds, I forgot what it's called now. It's quite strange, but we have got a few people that are subscribed to this channel that have got channels like that. So I'm not going to slate them, you know, whatever. It's not doing any harm, and it's just a little niche that I'm not into personally, but there are a lot of people out there that are. But yeah, truthers, so-called truthers, people that are on the side of, meant to be on the side of good, righteous, who monetize their channel and take payment from Google. I think some people probably think I'm quite petty about it, but I don't see it like that. I've got very strong principles. And as I've said before, if you don't stand by your principles, they're not principles. They're not. Hey, Jordan, you all right, matey? Evening, Dave and all good. Had a night in the woods Wednesday and Thursday. Was you kidnapped, or was it a camp? Did you take any footage? Yeah, I need another wild camp. I really do. And I've got some new bits of gear as well that I want to test out in the field. You've got to test them out in the middle of nowhere, really. But try before you go out there. You don't want to go out there and, you know, hold on, this tent's got no cover on it, and then starts pissing it down with rain. You know. Hello, Lana, sweetheart. You all right? Oh, Lana, I tell you what. Let me have a. Hope you don't mind. Just bear with me. It's not a pervy thing. Please just bear with me one sec. I've got a little bit of hay fever, and I never get hay fever. Never. Not anymore. Right, let me turn that down. I don't want to hear my own voice. Don't like my own voice. Oh, I can't get it up. Excuse the phrase. Wonder if I can do it on here. I just want to have a closer look at your profile pic, Lana, because you just look. Oh, look at you. That was your original profile pic. And then you fucked it off. I put something a bit more political in place. But you look very, very beautiful, Lana. You know, I remember when I used to be able to go like that because I was worth it. Thanks. Yeah, it's a lovely spot. Yeah, mate. Just being in the woods, especially if you're in woodland and you've got a really good, healthy stream there as well, because it's getting to that destination. The heaviest thing that you can carry is water, you know. So unless you go, I don't know, if you go middle of March, if you go wild camping in the middle of March, which is going to be a bit nippy, but it doesn't matter if you've got the right gear, and then just take a sap tapping kit with you in the middle of silver birch woodland, you wouldn't need any. You could just use that in a pinch, you know. But yeah, did you take any footage, Jordan? Have you uploaded anything onto your channel? Because if you have, I'll check it out. Hello, Pitman, you're all right, matey? Oi, oi. Yeah, I'm good. I'm sound as a pound, yo, China. Everything was a little bit of a rush again. You know, I had to go out and get a few things sorted out, and I'm looking down there, and I've got about 20 cans that I need to find a home for. So they're all just on my fireplace, like the hearth of my fireplace. Oh man, I can't buy any more stuff. Can't buy any more. That's it. And whilst I was trying to clear out some cupboards to make room for stuff, to get rid of some stuff that I don't need anymore, you know, and space. I'm sure you've all come up with some ingenious ways, you know, like, do you know what? I've run out of space, but I could do with maybe getting a few more cans in, but I've got nowhere to put them. I don't want them making my, I don't want them fucking up my feng shui, right? Behind your telly, behind your TV unit, you know? There's loads of places that you've probably not thought of. Loads. But yeah, I ended up going down a road that I've not been down for, my God, 20 odd years, something like that. And back then, a friend of mine had bought a classic Mini for 500 quid, a brown one. He was out of his he was off his tits. And I was sat there going, mate, maybe, you know, sit on it. Because A, you don't hold a full UK driving license, so you're not going to be able to get insured to drive it. You know, you can't really drive, mate. You've only had like 3 lessons. He was like, no, I like that Mini. And it came with a private reg as well. This is leading somewhere. So anyway, he bought it. He bought this Mini, this brown Mini. And this was around the time when they just put fresh speed bumps up. Speed bumps are everywhere now. You know, speed bumps and potholes. You add all this up together and you so, but this was at a time when they put signs up saying hump, but they hadn't actually painted any white lines on there or white triangles on the actual speed bumps themselves. And these speed bumps were not friendly. You had to slow right down for them. They were very poorly made. They've sorted them out since, clearly. But the signs that said bump or ramp or whatever it was were hidden in between cars, so you couldn't see them. So he asked me to take him for a spin in his new car that he couldn't drive. And I launched his Mini over one of these speed ups. I didn't see it. I just didn't see it. It was pitch black. And fucked his front axle up, which cost 500 quid to get fixed. But we literally took off, you know, the whole car, not for long, but the whole car took off. So I went at it at speed, you know, might have been longer than 20 years ago. We weren't very happy with his investment. But I hadn't long passed my test. So I was a bit overly enthusiastic. And I had to have a quick shave as well. So that's why I pushed it to 9:15. And it was a brand new razor, brand new. So because I use proper razor blades to have a shave, so I've got to take my time, especially with my head. And I cut my head. I don't know if you can see it. What side is it on? This side. It's around here somewhere. There. And the blood was just dripping down. Now, I have got a styptic pen or a styptic pencil, whatever they're called. You just put it on your cut or whatever, just hold it there, stings a little bit, take it off, and it does stem the flow. But I don't know what these things are made of. So do you know what I tried? cayenne pepper. It stopped the blood straight away, but it fucking stung. Yeah, I put up a couple shorts and videos. I'll have a look, Jordan, mate. I will. Because your videos really chill me out. In fact, I would go so far as to say that you know, maybe the little walk through the woodland with the nice music playing was quite likely inspired by you. And the type of music the type of videos that you put out, they're very, very peaceful. It's back to nature, very organic. You don't need to say anything. And there's part of me wishing that I'd just shut the fuck up when I was doing those river walks and just played some music. But the problem that you've got with putting music as an overlay on videos on YouTube is that you've got to use their music, and the music only lasts for about a minute and a half tops. So if you're doing a 10-minute video and you can't drag it and stretch it across the entire video, if it is possible to do that, and anyone's managed to do that, if you've got a channel, if anyone's managed to pull that off and do a full video, a long video, not a short, where you've managed to put music over the top of it without getting a copyright strike, let me know how to do it. Email me. I would love to know. Where are we? I got my first decent sized power bank delivered today. Really happy with it. We'll get myself a decent solar panel to go with it next month. All right, so it's not just a normal little power bank then that you could just put in your pocket. You've got like you've got I'm assuming what you mean is you've got a small version of a solar generator, because if you can plug a solar panel into that, you've got a solar generator, not a power bank. You know, a power bank is a Ford Fiesta, you know, whereas a solar generator is I was going to say Ford Granada. Proper showing my age. I haven't seen a Ford Granada for years. Yeah, so anyway, trying to create space in my cupboards. We're all trying to find little spots where we could just tuck stuff away, so it's not in, you know, it's not unsightly. And so I was clearing a cupboard out and found some sunglasses that I haven't worn for years. I forgot I had them. I haven't seen them for about 20 years, something like that, about 15 years. Look at that. How fucking great are they? Bit of blue fit dads. I love them. Everything looks blue. Oh, there you are. But yeah, let me know how you get on with that, Dave. What make is it? I hate my voice too, mate. I know I do. You know, there has been a couple of times where I have watched or skipped through a live stream just to, because when I'm doing a live stream, I flow, and I probably say way too much sometimes, although I do think subconsciously I do hold certain stuff back subconsciously. And I've listened to myself back a couple of times, and then when I do normal videos or prep food shop haul videos in particular, I will watch it back before I post it to make sure I've not missed anything out. And yeah, I don't like the sound of my own voice at all. You've seen that one before. Which one was that, Lana? I'm so sorry. Oh yeah. Your picture. I have. Yeah, that's what I mean. I remember it, and then you changed it. It's such a lovely photo. You look. What's the term? Fit as fuck. I changed it to Floyd for a while. Yeah, Floyd, and then there was another one of a bulldozer knocking the top of the pyramid with the all-seeing eye, knocking that off. No, fuck off. You're very welcome, darling. Hello, Rosie. You all right, sweetheart? Nice of you to join us. Always good. Always good. Hope everything's working out all right for you. Nature is always welcome. On nature, well-being. Yeah, it's essential. Every time I envelop myself in green spaces, I always feel instantly calm. Plus, when I go to that caravan, because they're very strict about, you know, you've got to keep an eye on your dogs to make sure they don't shit on the field, because you've got a lot of people, there's a lot of very like-minded people there, and it's one of the few places that I'll go and I'll do a bit of earthing, you know, shoes and socks off, just walking around with my hobbit feet. And yeah, the connection, please look into this. This is very true. There's a measurable connection with the earth when you walk around barefoot. And a lot of people insist that that's got healing properties as well. And it's measurable. You know, there's equipment that isn't that expensive to buy that can measure it. But the crazy thing is that as soon as you take, say you've got a pair of socks on and a pair of trainers on, right? If you've got half decent balance, or you've got a tree to lean against, and you've got something to measure it with, you take one sock off, take your trainer off, take your sock off, and then that connection shows instantly in a almost a thousandth of a second. It's instant. But I mean, I could do it more often down there where I take the girls, because there are some grassy bits where I could just take them, and where people don't really bother going. They stick to the main circuit. But grounding, it's really good for you, whether it's grass or sand. It doesn't matter, as long as it's natural, and sand, it's silica. It's completely natural. And they reckon that sand holds information, memory. In fact, Lana will know this. They have found that they have this like a crystal. How we've got little tiny SD cards that we can put in our phones to expand its memory. This phone doesn't even come with one, which has pissed me off. Well, these, because the original memory cards of our original phones were, I don't know, 10, 20 megabytes. Then it went into gigabytes, a couple of gigabytes. Now it's terabytes. And they made these crystals. You can't really see anything on there other than what the memory capacity is of this crystal. And this little crystal circle thing, I mean, obviously I wouldn't know if someone said, right, can you just check out what's on here? I haven't got the means to be able to do that. But they're using like crystals. I mean, when we went from tapes to to CDs, it was like, but then they did oversell CDs, didn't they? You can run over them with a car, you can hit them with a hammer, and they'll still work. Not like records or tapes, where you got to wind them all in because your tape players chewed the shit out of it. That was a load of bollocks. One scratch on that CD, and it was like, I was it. As bad as a record. But yeah, crystals. There's so much more to. Yeah. Anyway, and they've been around for a long time. But yeah, Midge's Pickman. But I'm going to need to take a better head net with me. But our Michael's got one sorted for me, the same as he's got, because the one I've got, you put it on you and you would think, yeah, you're not getting through here, you little bastards. But midges are so tiny, they were still able to get into the tiny little holes that were making the mesh. So I had a swarm going on inside, there's nothing I could do about it. But there is a product out there. Avoid DEET, DEET. Avoid that. It's not good. In small doses, you're probably okay. But worst case scenarios, if you get carried away with it, people have been known to go into comas. Worst case scenario. I don't think anyone's died, but a lot of people have been fucked up by it. So if you're looking for a natural repellent, it's not. I don't think it's all natural, but it's definitely got some natural properties in it. And my dad's bought some because he's going. Oh, Lana, my dad's going up to Scotland this weekend, on Sunday, doing a little bit of a tour of Scotland. I did say to him, I said, just be careful, Dad. There's a lot of fucking Scottish people up there. Be careful. But he knows about the whole midgie thing. and he started doing a bit of research, and I started doing a bit of research, and he came up with this smidge, it's called, like midge, smashing the midge, smidge. And I couldn't find anything bad about it, just raving reviews. So it's about, and I think that was developed in Scotland. I think it was made for the midgie problem in Scotland, and now it's being used all around the world. Another famous thing to be proud of in Scotland, other than men wearing skirts. Good china, cans of. Yeah, prepped to max. I'm fairly prepped. Steve, what size is it? Been looking at solar power stations today. I am definitely in the market for a backup, because if the one I've got, if that all powers one fucks up on me, then I can't run my fridge freezer. And I do, if I end up going completely off grid in the middle of a town, then I would like to be able to still use my fridge freezer. And I've got loads of stuff in place. I could power my fridge freezer during the day, just using solar panels, a solar controller, and an inverter. But then when the sun's gone down, there'll be no power to it. So, which again, that might not be much of a problem, as long as you don't go in your freezer during the night. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I'm on Vinted selling shite. There's loads of stuff. I bought loads of stuff on Vinted. Trainers, jackets, some Chinese girl. I had to get rid of, I had to sell her on. Couldn't fucking understand the word she was saying. The only sentence, the only phrase she knew in English was, "Why you treat me like animal?" Raise cash for supplies. Yeah. Now she knew how to say the word surprise, but every time she said surprise, she pronounced it like that. Supplies. But she was impressed that I've got black beans, because she says, I'm pretty sure, because she's Chinese, she must know how to make a nice, beef and black bean sauce. Goes with the territory. Rates, yeah, under and in the back of the sofa has lots of spare room. Yeah, it does. The problem I've got in this room is that my radiator is at the back of the sofa. I haven't got a radiator behind this one. Yeah, you just got to be. There's a few flying things flying around. Just bear with me a sec, guys. I'm just going to close that back door. No. Come on in. It's cooled right down. So I thought I need to put something on my head. So I thought, but then on the way in, the feminine side, you know, the feminine side of me kicked in, and I'm like, which one's going to go with this shirt? So I'm like, on the way back into the room, I'm picking up loads of different fucking headwear so I can accessorize. So let's have a look. Just needs to keep my head warm just for a little while. That looks a bit big, that does. I look like a giant cock that's been dipped in black paint. Let's have a look. Do you like dags? Yeah, that'll do. But yeah, I've never sold anything on Vinted. Pictman, just bought. But yeah, get rid of anything that you don't need. Have a really good look around, you know, because not only are you turning stuff that you don't need anymore into stuff that you could use, because one man's trash is another man's treasure, but then you're also creating extra space as well. It's a no-brainer. We've all got loads of stuff that we don't need, all of us. You know, I could quite happily and quite easily just sell everything I've got and move on to a boat and live a minimalistic life, or a caravan, something like that. I could, no problem. I don't need loads of stuff. Hello, Ray. You all right, darling? Thanks for joining us, sweetheart. And good evening. I think it's 300 watts, not the biggest low. It's a Bluetti. Bluetti's all right. Yeah, it is. 170 quid. Wallet is still stinging. Yeah, but it's an investment, mate. Because when all these when these rolling blackouts occur, and we all know that, I know I keep saying that it's going to happen because it is. But I was saying that it was going to happen about 4 years ago, and it never happened. Not really. But I just think maybe I was just thinking too far ahead. But I knew they were coming, and I think most of you lot knew they were coming as well. So I think it'll be this winter. But then I've said that every year, but they are definitely coming. And the great thing about solar generators is they can carry on charging your stuff up during the night and charging up any rechargeable torches or lights or fairy lights or anything like that. Just so you got a bit of illumination, a bit of entertainment. If you've got a little portable DVD player or something like that, just so you can, or something you can listen, or a Bluetooth speaker, rechargeable Bluetooth speaker, you got a bit of music. When things start to go downhill, because they've been going downhill for quite a long time now, but it's just been so gradual that most of the people out there just haven't noticed. So they will start hitting, hitting us. And again, it's just that's going to be the start. When they do start doing that, they'll let you know. It's like, right, we're going to be closing zone A, C, D, G between this time and that time, and then the following day it'll be that zone. That's how they're going to do it. Which is going to me, if I didn't know what I knew or know, I'd look at that and think, that's so dodgy. That's so suspicious. That's so odd. So weird. Are they taking the piss? But there are, again, apathy. Apathy is a massive problem. Oh, this is the way it is now. I fucking hate that. Get some of my tits. Well, let me catch up. Oh, I'm so far behind already. Um, right, I'll start from Emma, just so that I'm not rude, because I've not seen. I think you've been in before, haven't you, Emma? I watched your latest vlog. Interesting about the black pepper and the turmeric. I didn't know that. Thanks for all the tips. You're very welcome, Emma. And vinegar for your hair. Look, in a grid when the shit hits the fan, right? There's no need for all women to suddenly start looking like cave women. You know, there's no need for you to start looking from going from a 7, 8 down to a 2. Your ears all over the place and all fucking matted, you know, because I know women care about their appearance more than men do. Generally, they do. So if you're not able to get to a supermarket to buy, oh, I've run out of conditioner, Frank. Oh, all right, then I'll go and get some for you. Yeah, make sure it's Pantene. I don't want that cheap shit, Vosine, or whatever you use. I don't use, you know. So if you're well stocked up on vinegar, not only have you got a really, really good quality window cleaner, great on windows, no smears, nothing. You've got a really good cleaning product. You've got something that you can pickle anything that you've not eaten that you've grown in your garden. You can pickle it and use it during the winter. So you've still got fresh stuff that's just been put in status, you know. And you've also got something that you can use on your hair. You just need to dilute it down and wash your hair with it. And your hair will just look so shiny and glossy. It will. It will. It won't prevent grey hair, but it will slow down grey, more and more grey. But then that might not be the case, because we're looking at extreme circumstances here where even the most chilled of people are going to be a bit more stressed, and that can create more grey hair. But yeah, anyway, you're welcome, Emma. I do try my best. Quote music, copyright in title. Music, copyright in title. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to need to look a bit further into that, mate. Isn't there a thing on YouTube where there's a copyright-free, approved by YouTube music section? Yeah, there is, but not for not for a long duration. Or is there? I need to look into that. If there is, it's a new thing. 3 times crown me. That's a very Midlands thing. Battery box is better, 39 quid. Yeah, that would do it. But it's getting the power back into a solar generator is going to be easier than getting it into a leisure battery, because they're different types of battery, completely different. Thanks. Yeah, the shorts are chill. Just the river we were next to. Longer videos are set up, packed down with no copyright music. I made my own. I might look into that. But then, you know, this channel is going to come to an end. You know, maybe over the next couple of weeks, I get a couple more videos out. And then we're going to move over to the Waffling Wizard. But I'll put a video out saying anyone that wants to come over and join us for live streams and stuff like that. But I will be slacking off that, because it's jumped up again tonight. It's just hit another milestone. So it's over 2,800 subscribers over, you know. So it's jumped by like 750 people in about 7 weeks, 8 weeks. It's a lot. I don't know what's happened. Blue sky, yeah, I love blue skies, but then they're not blue anymore, are they? Unless you live in Switzerland. That's that quite good. Dave was looking at Bluetti or Jackery. Yeah, I'm looking at getting something different to my all powers, because I used a 100-watt solar panel that it came with 200 watts, two separate fold out 100-watt solar panels, and I had that aimed right at the sun. The sun was right at it, and then I had the solar generator behind the solar panel, tucked in behind it, so it was out of the heat of the sun in the shade. And it took about an hour to gain about 10%. You know, maybe that's why they give you 200 watts. But I thought it would be a bit quicker than that. And that was in full sun. Imagine if it was shade. You're renting or bought us housey. Me renting Signa into going nomadic in 2 weeks, no rent. You know, there's a lot of people going down the nomadic route, and doing the whole van life thing. But again, it's just, where do you stand long term with being able to access diesel to move your home around? You might be better off asking someone if you can park up on buy a caravan and park it up on their driveway and just pay them 50 quid a week rent. No one's going to turn 50 quid a week down, £200 a month down, you know, when they're on their arse. But then that could get quite complicated with the whole digital. Anyway, let me catch up. Dogs and cat shit problems. Yeah, it's not good. All powers are good. Have two of them and no issues. Yeah, I love it, but it just didn't. The way it charged from a car was a lot faster than it charged with a massive solar panel aimed straight at the sun. Earthing as reality, sunbathing also. Yeah, hospitals in terminal cats are introducing sun again. Yeah, most hospitals used to have a section, really old, like Victorian hospitals used to have a section where it was just pure sunlight coming through. Or they get people out on, you know, not in the middle of winter, but they get people out so that they could get the sun on them. You know, we all know that vitamin C and vitamin D are the two most powerful. Well, what only one's a vitamin. Vitamin D is a hormone, not a vitamin, but they're both the most important vitamins, if you like, for our immune system to build it back up again as therapy. Yeah. Hey up, Matty, are you all right, matey? Thanks for joining us, my friend. Hi, hippie guy and friends. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, we're sound as a pound. Yeah, net helps. Yep, smaller mesh. Yeah, it was a really cheap one that I bought. You know, oh, I'll get that. It's only 7p. Whereas I think our Michael's, well, I think what he's got is like army issue type stuff. So it's got to, because they're not going to want to issue soldiers with something that's going to allow midges in there. you know, because they just end up losing their shit, fucking shooting everyone, you know. So I'm looking forward to that. I was going to buy one, but when he said I've got one for you, I thought, oh, that's really nice, you know. But we just need to sort out a camp. So when he comes back, we'll get something sorted out. Storm wants to sit beside you, but Zephyr ain't for moving low. Ah, they're both fucked off now. I don't know where Zephyr is. Storm's just licking away at her little doggy vagina. Well, I don't know what you call it. Still a vagina, I suppose. Oh, let's change the subject. Hello, xXx goths. Apparently CDs and DVDs are still a good way to store data long term. Yeah, they are. And again, it's something you can. I did buy an external DVD player and rewriter for this laptop, so I can get stuff off here onto that and stored away, and then I can still use all this off grid. I've got the power for it. Doesn't use much power, not really. And considering it's not a new, when you buy a new laptop that's not got a removable battery, you do take a bit of a risk of buying a laptop that's got a battery life that you're from a full charge to completely dying an hour and a half. This does seem to be quite good, not bad. But yeah, you are right, exo goths. And I've bought loads and loads of CDs in, loads and loads of DVDs in, and they've got their own little home. So I've got a really, really, really big, quite impressive I did all that wrong as well. Really big, really impressive. Not that. Just like a doomsday collection. So I've got entertainment, and it's a good thing to be able to access music, have power to play music and films to use as tools for escapism for people that aren't taking what's happened very well. And there's going to be a lot of people like that. Again, that's where people like you are going to come in. Yeah, voice of reason. Calm down. I knew this was coming. Don't worry about it. Just chill out. You've got to relax. You've got to relax. No fear. I've got you. You know? Bog Myrtle HRB helps. Mate, you might as well have been speaking to me in fucking German there. I've got absolutely no idea what it means. It's a herb. Bog Myrtle herb. Oh, you might need to email me that. Someone else gave me someone else left me a tip on something that's really, really good as well. So I did have 11 different supplements, and I've got my tinctures as well, and my cough medicines and stuff like that all work. But I'm discontinuing one of my supplements, and I've replaced that with organic thyme. And yeah, it's an impressive herb. But then I thought, why don't I go for a 12th supplement? You should see my supplements when I take my supplements. Like, right, time to take my supplements into the kitchen with a fucking wheelbarrow. Not really, slight exaggeration, but there is a significant amount, you know. But I do benefit from it. I really do. So I've been looking at a 12th, and that 12th is milk thistle. So I've just ordered a kilo of that in. So I'll have a 12th supplement. But I'll look into that, Pictman. Thank you. Right, dots. Yeah. What are you laughing at, Laura? Eh? What are you laughing at? Haraj, Scottish. I think I've missed. Have I missed a joke? Heard good things on all powers. Going to look into them. Yeah, that again. Mine's not the most powerful one. I think mine's 2,600 watts, so it can power most things. You know, although the draw from a kettle is too much for it. It'll trip it. But I've got an induction hob, never been used, but I know that I can use that with solar. And my generator. And I've got a petrol generator that I need to drain because petrol can form like almost like a gel. It can get almost gel-like and then clog your generator up. So I need to empty my camouflage petrol generator. I've got to empty it. It's just remembering to do it. Right. The bunker vid earlier was good. What bunker vid? What have I missed? Battery box, mate. Winter is problem for solar. Yeah, but I am quite lucky, really. Even though it's north facing, almost exactly north facing, I have got a long one, so I'm able to garden. So, and I've got a lot of cable. Bought loads and loads and loads of cable before copper started to spike and cable started to get expensive. So I've got loads and loads of 2-core cable. Maybe about 300 feet in total, because I might not need as much solar as I've actually bought, because at the time of me getting a lot of this stuff in, it was like, right, I need that, 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 I need that. Right, what else do I need? Write it down, write it down, write it down, write it down. Buy that, buy that, buy that, buy that. I went on a mad one. It was I was very, very knee jerk. And there are pros and cons to that. The pros are that maybe I wish I'd gone for this particular one instead of that one. I wish I'd organised my tubs better and packed them better. There's a few things, you know, but I wasn't born a prepper, and neither were you. So what we're doing now is perfecting as we go along, you know, and picking up little tips and tricks from each other. But yeah, it's expending the stored energy you've got in your batteries or your solar generator. That's the easy bit. It's the replacing it. It's the filling the charge back up again. That's the challenge. So you either need a lot of solar or you need the right sort of batteries. And fucking hell, help me out, Lorna. What are the name of the batteries that we've got? What are the name of the what's the type of battery that's built into a solar generator? It's just gone. Leave your ear alone, darling. Good girl. It's just gone. But they're a lot easier to charge up. All right, it'll come to me in a minute. But with a solar generator and a decent amount of solar panels or power, you'll be all right. But again, just like anything else, a solar generator will charge, discharge as you're using it, recharge, discharge as you're using it, so many times before it takes a lot less time to fully recharge it, but it also takes a lot less time to discharge it. And then eventually you're going to run out of leisure batteries or any other battery, or any battery bank that you've created, which is similar to a battery box that Pixman's talking about. So what do you do then? By then, you will have acclimatized yourself enough to be able to go back to absolute basics and get by and survive. But in the meantime, again, I think so. I don't think that many people realize just how important building up your knowledge of forageable food is. It could save your life. Petrol generator is key. It is, and mine's not a particularly loud one either. It's not the most quiet one, because the lower the decibel, unless you build a soundproof box for it. But when you get one that's a bit of a whisperer, you're looking at a lot of Wonga. They're very expensive. Well, mine's big. It's got about the same power as my solar generator. So they're great to use if or when the shit hits the fan. Petrol generators, use them first until you've heard everyone else has stopped using theirs, right? Then switch to your solar generator, because they're very discreet. No one's going to be able to hear that fan. No one. Yeah, Vinted is an animal. That's an interesting symbol. Looks a bit fucking Blair Witchy. I've just bought that. Blair Witch. I was thinking of taking that with a little portable DVD player and sitting it when we go wild camping, and then just lie there, wait for the first person to snore, and then just mind fuck them, just for a bit, 4 or 5 hours, something like that. I'll give it twice years, and we got to go incognito off grid. Do you mean 2 years? It's a really difficult one to predict. But I think you're probably about right, if I'm honest, because everything seems to be speeding up, and I mean speeding right up. Oh shit! Right. Yeah, taking piss long. I give it twice years. Yeah, right. What do you feel? I think you're probably about spot on, mate. It depends on what you mean by in a year's time. Is that going to be SHTF, or 2 years' time? Is that going to be SHTF? And then what's your interpretation of SHTF? Does that differ to mine? Does that differ to Dave's? Does that differ to Lana's? I think this year is going to be a massive game changer this year. So again, it's all down to people's interpretation of what an SHTF situation is. Flamboyant, I'm told I am. Head and shirt wear low. Flamboyant, whenever someone is generally called flamboyant and you're a bloke, people tend to think of like a Liberace type chap. It's like, have you seen this shirt? Look at these heels. And I'm expected to walk in these. Flamboyant. I don't know if it's a good thing for a bloke to be flamboyant, loud and proud. That's a bit more masculine. But then I think every man should be in touch with their feminine side, because it's a good thing. It's a good thing. And as long as you don't, it's about balance. It's about balance. Canal boat life, bliss. Yeah, living on a canal boat's great, mate. But again, when the shit hits the fan, how are you going to get that boat out of the water to get it blacked? Because there's a line where the water meets the air. There's a line where your ballast will sink your boat into the water, and then you'll end up with a line going all the way around your hull, which is steel, right? And where that water line is, that's where oxidization occurs. So water and air against metal creates rust. That rust starts to chew away and chew away and chew away. Next thing you know, it's, I live on a submarine in the canal, So you've got to think about being able to get it blacked. And you can get away with doing that once every couple of years, 3 years at a push. But I have said before, if you can get the ballasts out and get the boat to lift out of the water a little bit, get on a little dinghy with a pot of bitumen and just go around your hull and paint that line all the way around. Fucking good go of it, because bitumen lasts, and there's a shortage now of bitumen as well. So that's going to start going up and up and up and up. But bitumen was the old school way of blacking a hull. They use something different now that does last a little bit longer, but it's more expensive. So these are all things you need to take into account. If you were able to survive in woodland with a decent stream going through it, and learn to trap and knowing no one will ever find you, it's almost impossible to do that in this country. But I did think about the whole boat thing again. I nearly bought one, and I mean, if you anchored that on the other side of a canal where no one could actually get to you, again, that would give you a form, because you'd have your very own moat, really. Again, there's pros and cons. Agreed. Shut summers up in Highlands, though. But yeah, the whole country's power infrastructure is in need of modernisation. Yeah, well, they're destroying power stations. Ratcliffe Power Station, which, as you drive down College Street, which is this road at the top, you can drive down College Street at night and you can see one of the towers of what's left of that power station. So the power station that used to provide the electricity to this house was the last coal-powered power station, and it's been decommissioned. It's fucked. And then they've destroyed pretty much all of the coal mines and flooded them, so they can't be reopened. They're trying to shut off everything that we could go back to. It's all about control. But yeah, I mean, everything does need modernising. But again, they're not interested in doing that, are they? They will definitely be rolling blackouts. I think we are not far from people sabotaging substations and the like. Quite possibly, yeah. But again, as long as you just try to put some things in place to try and mitigate that sort of scenario, because you don't want to be sat in the dark. Again, it's about staying ahead of the curve, staying ahead of everything, without letting everyone know that you're ahead of everything. A load of trouble is constantly flowing across the channel. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. And you know, that's just got me thinking. So I did mention that Arizona, places like Las Vegas. So if you look at photos of Las Vegas 100 years ago, it was a little petrol station, couple of buildings, not much. And then a gangster was driving down that main road, and he was like, "Wise, I got an idea." That was it. And it built and built and built and built and built and built and built, and it's turned into a mega city now. I did put something in the post section in regards to the Hoover Dam and Lake Mead. Lake Mead helps to feed the dam. This is in relation to what you've just said. So they've built this massive city with massive hotels and loads of casinos and diners and restaurants and all of that, based on an equation that they made back then, where they could share that water from the Hoover Dam and Lake Mead between 7 states, right? But that was based on the water levels that it was at then, thinking, right, okay, we know how deep it is, we know how wide it is, we know how many sort of cubic acres, because that's what they work in with these things, right? We know how many cubic acres we've got of water, which is X amount of gallons of water, blah, blah, blah. And we could do all right. Yeah, we'll be fine. But that was based on them doing the math, doing the calculations based on that particular time and that particular year. And that particular year, it was one of the wettest years on record. So everything was elevated. So they made all of those calculations based on a not non-normal year. So now it's sort of reverting back to how it should be in a fucking desert. And that's, something like 9 million people that are relying on that water. So the point I'm trying to make is that if Las Vegas becomes uninhabitable, which on the current trajectory, it's going to be, imagine Las Vegas being a ghost town. From a city that never sleeps to just being completely dead. And then you've got all of the other small towns and then all of the other cities in all the other states that rely on that water. If you've got no water, you can't live, you can't survive. We all know this. 3 days without water, you're fucked. So it is quite possible, it's not beyond the realm of possibilities, that within 2 years, these places could be in really, really bad shape. So you imagine a mass exodus of 9 million people. Some will go north, up towards, the slightly more northern states. And then some will probably travel down towards like Florida and places like that, where, But they spent billions and billions on building tunnels to sort of override the water. When it gets down to a certain level, it's no longer the Hoover Dam. Once the water's got down to a certain level, it's not producing anywhere near the amount of electricity from the hydro electricity that the dam was designed for, right? So that's everyone being on rolling blackouts, for starters. Then on water rations followed. So they ended up building a tunnel. It's the biggest one in America, the deepest one in America, to go lower so that they can still bring the water through. But all they're doing is they're robbing Peter, which is Lake Mead, to pay Paul, who's dying terminally. So all the money that they've made in Las Vegas, for example, all of the money that they've invested into that place, all of the money that not just America but various other countries that are oil or gas rich, that they've plowed into creating pipelines and stuff that stretch for thousands of miles, billions and billions and billions of investment that they could have spent on desalination plants and then having that water channeled inland for irrigation. But no. There's no money to be made in water yet, because it's now being tokenized. Have a look at what I posted in the post section. Maybe even go in there now and just click on it, and then click watch later or save or something like that. Have a listen. There's a couple of videos there, but this is the start. This is one example of tokenization. They are tokenizing water. They are making water no longer a human right when it was. It's all part of Agenda 2030. Yes, we are in deep trouble in this country. Sad and tragic. We are in deep trouble, but it's, if I thought that we were absolutely doomed, I'd say we were absolutely doomed. I wouldn't be doing this, and I don't lie to you. It's just going to take some elbow grease and a lot of sacrifice, a lot of stress, and a lot of time. Here is the link for the UK blackouts timetable chart for each area. Save this, folks. Yeah, please click on that, guys. I don't know. I think I'm significantly far behind, so I'm going to start speeding up. But if you've not clicked on that link already, click on it. And if you're hearing me now and you missed that link, go back, scroll up, back up to the top and click on that link. And you'll see it goes, there's 18 stages. One from just a little bit of a pain in the arse, a little bit. Oh, I was mowing the lawn, it's gone off. And then it'll come on, back on in a bit. Right up to level 18, which is where you've got nothing. That's it. Back to the Dark Ages. Look into it. Have a look at that link, because I've seen it before. And yeah, again, this is why we prepare. Jacket has too much delete of power. Right, the jackery. I'm assuming you mean jackery. Power, battery, boxes, direct power. Jackery, right, okay. Yeah, if they cut diesel, yep, hope. Solar is inept. Daylight, solar is must. Just light in winter. Expensive though. Love you, brother. I love you too, man. I don't know what that symbol is. Again, it looks like some sort of Blair Witch shit. Or some sort of mathematical symbol that I'm not aware of. I only got to my 2 times table. Nailed it. 4 months restricted items. Yeah, get what you can whilst you can. Buy as much. Sit down, work out what your finances are, and then prioritize, and then just get it whilst you can. I think China's involvement in this is way bigger than a lot of people believe or think or realize. Bog herb. Oh, bog herb. I saw something green in the bottom of my toilet once. Do you think that's what it was? Petrol conditioner. Yeah, you can extend your petrol. You can extend your diesel. Your diesel's not as bad. You know, you can go into a scrapyard and I'm after an engine for a 1990 blah 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 blah. Yeah, we've got one. We've got one for it. Follow me, and they'll just connect it up to a battery that's got charge, and then they'll start the engine up because it's still got diesel in it. It's been sat there for 10 years because no one else has got this car anymore. But it's still got diesel in the engine, and they'll start the engine up and it'll just start up straight away. You know, 10-year-old diesel in the tank. Petrol is very, very different. If you're storing petrol, then it will still be okay, probably after a couple of years, as long as it's not inside your petrol generator. Probably lasts for a couple of years. But in a car, it's a bit different. If you put a year-old petrol out of a petrol jerry can, a clean one that's only ever had petrol in it, you pour that a year old into a petrol car, it'll cough a bit. So just bear that in mind. But you can get stuff that will extend it, but you don't need to worry about diesel too much for that. But then they are putting stuff in petrol and diesel now to make it burn quicker. I'm filling up more. I'm filling up faster, more often, but I'm not paying less. In Highlands Solar, knee-jerk sensibly. Well, yeah, what waste prep is all warrior. I tell you what, Pixman, it would be easier if you could, like, instead of quick fire, compose a comment that's more complete, because then it'll make more sense to me, if you don't mind. Otherwise, I'm struggling to. Thank you, Lana. You've made me realise how far behind I am. Lithium ion is very, very different to a leisure battery. Very, very different. And then leisure batteries are different to a car battery. And then you've got different types of batteries. You know, it's well worth looking into if you're going down that route of alternative power sources for your home, so that you don't have to rely on the grid. So they've not got you over. The whole point of this is so that the powers that shouldn't be haven't got you over a barrel, or trying to reduce as much power that they want over you as possible. So providing your own power, collecting your own water, growing your own food, learning to forage, having some equipment, whether it's just a bucket and a collection of chamois leathers, go around cleaning people's windows for a couple of tins of beans. People will give you a couple of tins of beans for just cleaning their windows. As long as you get more calories in payment than you do expending those calories, you know. Or a jet wash, use their electricity, jet wash, clean the car with, you know, I've got little attachments and stuff that I can put on my jet wash, and I can clean the car and then wax the car, like, you see your fucking face in it like a mirror. And I'll just say, just give us £4. But I won't have a bank account. And it's possible that cash might have been abolished by then. Possible. It's going to take a while to phase that out. It's not going to be an immediate thing. But in a digital realm where you're not part of that, get them to pay you in food. And then you'll end up building up a customer base where, you know, they'll give you a couple of cans of food. So you can just keep feeding yourself and keep feeding your dogs or your cats or your birds or your... I said family last. Like the kids are last. But then these are my family. Floyd to Lana is her family. Rosa's dog to Rosa is, you know, her family. They're family. Yeah, I love you too, Pickman. You're a good man. You're a good man, and you engage. I like that. Hey, Boggs, thanks for joining us, my friend. Much love from Rutland. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, we're Sam, mate. Sand. You know, it's nice and warm, and everyone's upbeat. You know, we're smiling and laughing in the face of adversity. And I think that the yin yang sign depicts that perfectly. And it says a lot about who you are. Hello, Trish. Don't forget to like this video. Oh, it's a very kind thing to say, Trish. I never say that because it's just something I never do. I never ask anyone to like any of my videos. I never ask anyone to share any of my videos. I never ask anyone to subscribe. I never, ever, ever have done. Ever. I think I might have asked this. I think there might have been a few things, a few videos that I thought this needs to get out there. And I've asked people to share 1 or 2 videos over the last 5-6 years. But that's about it. Because ordinarily, when I'm watching another YouTube channel and they turn around and go, don't forget to smash the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Fuck off. If I like it, I'll click like. If I think you're worth subscribing to, I'll click subscribe. But I'm not going to like your video now. I'm not going to subscribe to your channel now because you fucking asked me to. It should happen organically. So this 2,800 and whatever subscribers, they subscribed because they like what they were hearing or what they were watching or whatever. It wasn't because I've asked them to. So that's a very nice thing to say, Trish63. And welcome to the live stream. I don't recognize your name, so welcome. Tartaria was elected depopulation. Yeah, the more you delve into that, it's very, very, very interesting, you know. There were fires here, fires there, especially in America, like within a few years of each other during the 1800s, massive fires. City destroying fires. What are the odds? And then there were just massive insane asylums everywhere, right? And then just hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions worldwide of orphans. So when you try and put it together, it was like there was another great reset, and they destroyed the infrastructure and the normal way of life, you know, city living, town living, and all that. Destroyed it or burned it to the ground, right? And then people like you, people like me, that would be considered to be dissidents, maybe, were put in insane asylums because of meat robots and soulless fucking NPC pointless pieces of shit out there going, oh yeah, hello, I'm just calling about my neighbor. You know, this happened during COVID. You know, yeah, he's got Yeah, and he only lives with his wife, but he's got 2 other people around. I just thought you should know. Yeah, they're not from there. They don't live there. Yeah, I can hear them. They're breaking the rules. You're coming round to not to go in. You are. All right, thank you so much. Fucking super spreaders. And that was only a few years ago. Those cunts, they'll never go away. They'll always be there. So the people that were put in these insane asylums, right? All of these children possibly could have been their kids, taken away from them and then put into these world fair events where people are just come along, you know, like a fucking cattle market and go, she looks strong. He looks like he can work farm material. I've heard stories and read stories, and they can't hide everything. They're good, but they're not that fucking good. So it does make you wonder. Reposting link for ease of finding it. Right, so I'm assuming that's the blackout rota, if you like, or roster link that they've got planned. In that link again, guys, if you want to just click on that. I'll tell you what, Lana, if you can intermittently put it in there as new people join, just so that they can get that, because I think it's a very important link. Again, you need to know what you're preparing for. And blackouts are one of them. Blackouts, an ability to be able to keep yourself warm, water and food, and security. That's pretty much it. Oh, that's a nice little welcome there, Lana. Really lovely. Stop coming up like that. Hey, Sky Girl, thanks for reposting the link, Lana. I will save that. It's worth saving. It can be to anyone that might be a little bit delicate. It might be a little bit tough to see that, because as you can see, it is a gov document. So it's from them. And that's them giving us a bit of fair warning in advance of their shenanigans and their skullduggery, their tomfoolery and fuckery. I'd never heard of the word fuckery until Amy Winehouse said it. Sad loss. Well, yeah, hello, Sky Girl. Good to see you, darling. Yeah, defo save that one for future reference. I've got it saved. Once you scroll or click the left-hand side area that says Annex 1, Variable Rota Disconnection Plan, you will see all the disconnection tables of time. Very, very eloquently put there, Lana. You know? But yeah, I've seen it, and that is spot on. And again, this is where I've been saying it from the start of the channel that 90% of prepping, a minimum of 90% of prepping, has fuck all to do with rice and beans. It's about managing to maintain mental stability throughout potential chaos and life as you know it just changing on a dime. And being able to suck it up. Oh, is Lana going to bed? Oh, good night, Lana. But thank you for helping us out, and thank you for putting that link in there. Much appreciated, darling. Because everyone needs to be aware of that. actually just about to head off to bed. So sweet dreams, Lana. Sleep well. And I'll speak to you soon. I just took a look at what you said, but it's like reading Chinese at the moment. You'll get your head around it, Sky Girl. You will. I need to look at it when my eyes are not so tired. Yeah. Hey, Van Life. How you getting on, mate? You all right? How's I was going to say how's life, but I might as well say how's Van Life. I hope you're doing all right, mate. Invoice Terry, you know I'm up 5 a.m. every day, so I need to get some shut eye. You do, yeah. I know. You're a lark. You know, we just know you don't need any beauty sleep. Oh, that sounded so fucking cheesy, but it's the truth. You know, it's nice to give people an honest, genuine big up now and then. It's a good thing. Again, imagine living in a world where everyone gives. Everyone. If everyone gave, everyone would receive. And giving genuine, nice compliments to people, genuine, that's giving. It's not cost you fuck all, nothing. As long as it's honest, as long as it's sincere, you know. Oh, I think I made that one a bit strong. But yeah, let me show you one of the things that I bought on Temu that I think, and I have tried it out, and it is good. I already had one, but it didn't have as many panels, and it's in camo. But it's not very heavy, and I have tested this out, and I've charged two things off at the same time, and it was perfect, absolutely brilliant. And again, it doesn't weigh very much at all. You've got two hooks there. Can you tell what it is yet? Oh, I shouldn't do impressions of him. He's a nonce. So you've got two USB sockets there, look, and then I've got a little variety of cables in there that fit perfectly. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 panels. Just folds away to fuck all, you know. Into something the size of a clutch bag that a woman would take out on a night out for a person a bit lippy. I love shit like that. Did you look up maca root? No, but I did write it down and I'll prove it to you. Whoa. Yeah, I was shopping around because I make my own supplements, so I need to make sure that I've got a good stock, a good supply of size O capsules for my supplements, because that's all that will fit into this little gadget that makes 100 at a time. So I found them way cheaper on Amazon. I've been paying almost twice that amount on eBay, so I've saved a few quid there, and I've saved a few quid on the milk thistle seeds that are coming. You pay twice as much for a kilo of milk thistle powder than you do for a kilo of milk thistle seeds. The powder comes from the seeds. Now, there's an analogy. If you've got, and there is a little bit of there is a little niggly technical side to this, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you drop a ton of feathers and a ton of, I don't know, rubber from a building, the top of a building, which one's going to land first? And it would be the rubber, because there's less wind resistance, right? But they're still going to weigh the same. So I've got a blender. So I'm going to turn those seeds into a powder. So I've saved a fortune there as well. And milk thistle is really, really good, especially for your liver. So I've ordered milk thistle, which will be my 12th supplement. And I've ordered a shitload of size O capsules as well. I trust very, very few shop bought supplements, because I don't know the process that they've gone through. I don't know. I've not seen any of it. You know, they're not going to turn around and go, "We've got this. We're all right. It will do the job." But this filler, after about 4 or 5 years, you could get cancer of the cock. You know, I don't know why I said cock, but they're not going to tell you anything bad about their products. Whereas I'm making my own based off solid research, hours and hours and hours, days and days, weeks of research. Yeah, so I wrote it down. Maca root. That looks completely blank. Oh no, there we go. Look, maca root. Because I want to do a proper deep dive into it, because that might end up being my 13th supplement. Yeah. So it's there. It's on my list of things to do, my friend. And thanks for the heads up. Much appreciated. I've got a couple of great leather working kits from Temu, amongst other stuff. Will be great for repairing boots, rucksacks, and loads of other kit. Oh, that's a great idea. You see, I've got some really good hiking boots that are leather, and they're just starting. I've tried to stay on top of them, you know, but the leather's just started to retract a little bit away from the sole. And I took them into a place where they cut keys and fix shoes. Like, well, the gap's not big enough for me to do anything about it, mate. And if I did, it'd take enough time, because I won't be able to do it in the normal machine. It'll take a lot longer, so I'll have to charge you more for it. So just go and get some super glue and take them over and do it yourself. But leather, yeah, you need to look after leather. You've got to keep feeding it, otherwise it starts to contract. And that's another thing, you know, from a prepping standpoint. If we lived in somewhere that was really, really temperate, you know, that was just sunny all the time and warm all the time, we'd have a longer growing period to grow our own food and stuff like that. Less intense winters and blah blah blah. But we don't. We live in the UK generally, most of us at least. Anyone, you know, most of the people that are listening to us now. So we do need to seriously think about footwear. So again, I've been on what's the name of that website again? We can buy secondhand stuff. So I've bought trainers that will last me quite a lot of pairs, or just put away. And boots. proper, good, hard-wearing boots. So if you're going to buy boots, don't just buy something because, oh, these look Italian. These look Italian, don't they, Frank? Well, don't they, Frank? Go for practicality. So if you're looking at buying some boots, we're going to be wanting to look at footwear that's going to potentially last us for a decade before you move on to your next pair. Chances are, I mean, we may all lose an inch in height as we get older, but our shoe size is going to stay the same. So I've got my hiking boots that I need to get some super glue on just to seal, reseal them again, and then keep feeding them. I do recommend leather because it's just so hard wearing. And again, if you want value for money, you've got to look after your leather. You've got to make sure you've got footwear, especially in this country. Because the vast majority of us, we're just not seasoned enough to walk around in the depth of winter when it's -1, -2 out there with bare feet or just socks. It's just not, it's not cricket, it's not work, it's not going to work. So footwear, you know, I mean, you can get away with wearing, you know, tops that might have a few holes in it, jeans that look a little bit disheveled and stuff like that. You can get away with that. It's not a problem. But you've got to keep your feet waterproof and warm. So maybe look at work boots because they'll have steel toe caps. Again, that could come in handy in regards to self-defense. You know, you kick someone, properly fucking kick someone with steel toe cap boots, straight in the bollocks, they're yours. You know, you can do whatever you want with them after that. They came at you. You were defending yourself. I'm not about going out there and being violent, you know, just in case you're wondering, YouTube, you fucking cunt. So steel toe cap boots, work boots, they're designed to last. They're designed to withstand the corrosive nature of oil, rain, you know, or moisture, all of that. They're designed to be tough, but they're a lot heavier than hiking boots. So maybe get a combination of the two. Kicking someone in the shin with steel toe caps can leave them debilitated. Multi-use. You know, I like my multi-use stuff. So I've got my current hiking boots. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that please don't overlook footwear, practical footwear, because we don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep buying shit from Temu when we are trying to exit the system that they are trying to force us into. When we won't have, potentially not, we won't have the means to trade with these. I might not have a bank account. So if manufacturing goes, which is quite possible, it'll either go right down or it will continue sort of on the level that it is now, but it'll be almost completely automated. Everything will just be automated. AI and just robotic, repetitive machines making stuff, you know? So all those You know, those 7-year-old Chinese kids aren't going to be happy. Like, you'll put me out of work, you bastard raw bar. You know, that's just dark humor, you know. So footwear, again, I've gone on about making sure that you've got good, tough clothes that will last you a lifetime, you know, jeans and stuff like that, and try and get clothes that are made of natural materials as well, because that'll fare you well. And then learn to be able to mend stuff. I'm from a mend and make do, you know, generation. It's normal for me. I don't, if I see a pair of socks and I've got a hole that big in one of them, then those socks are 99% perfect. I'll fix that hole. I'm not going to throw them away. I'll try and repair stuff. If I can repair it, I'll repair it. And I don't like it when it's like, you need to. I don't like that. You know, when people say that on YouTube videos, I fucking get some of my tits and tell me what to fucking do, you cunt. Just change your wording. I highly recommend that you maybe get your skill set up in whatever it is you're good at, and then maybe learn some skills that will benefit not only you but other people as well. So you can end up, providing a service for food. See, I said like 4 or 5 years ago, and I know exactly where I was. I know exactly where I stood when I did that video. And this video would have been about 550 videos back. But I know where I was when I said it. I was stood next to a Buddha in the garden. And that was what the camera was facing. That was what the camera was on at the time. And I said that it is quite likely that initially we will be living in a sort of parallel society initially, until more people catch on and catch up. And the only way that people will catch on and catch up is because they'll see people like me and people like you. So again, it reverts back to the whole leading by example, but without wanting to lead. Because if you want to lead, then that's ego driven. You've got to fuck ego off, get rid of ego. So it's about leading by example without wanting to lead. And we will be in some form of parallel system. And that's not to say that our governments aren't going to want to try and, to bring some fuckery to the table for people like us and make it more difficult. But again, your entire lives have been a succession of choices, all of it, probably from the age of 7 onwards, because up until 7 you're just in autopilot, just absorbing information and looking at the way people behave right up until about 7. Then you start to develop what you're about to become. I don't know where I was going with that. But if people will notice You know, no one likes to be told what to do, or some people do. There are a lot of really, really fucking weak people out there. Right, choices. So your entire life, from the age of 7, really, because nothing before that really matters. It does matter, but not as. Let me just make my point. From 7 onwards, right up until this second, has been a succession of choices. There was always a choice. So there'll be loads of you that regret not doing that because you did that instead. You wish you'd not done that. You wish you'd said no then. You wish you'd said yes then. Loads of us have got regrets, you know. Regrets are something that we could do with working on fucking off, getting rid of them, you know, because what benefit are they to you? What having that regret, what does that change? What does that change? It doesn't change anything. You can't go back and change anything from your past. All you can do is learn from it and not do the same again, and just get better and better and better, which is what we do. Get better and better and better at making better and better choices. So as we move forward through this shit show, we're going to be faced with choices, more and more and more choices. And sometimes it could be 3, 4, 5, 6 different choices. Some, there could just be 2, but there's always a choice. And those 2 choices, that's a shit choice, right? But that one is catastrophic. It's not all going to be like that, you know. But what I'm saying is there's always a choice. Always. There always was. It depends on whether or not you're prepared to take the consequences for your choice, because your head, your heart, and your gut has said to you, this is the right choice. But if I choose this, then I could be looking at that, and that coming my way. There's a price to pay for being principled. Anyway, going back to leather, this stuff's really, really, really good, and it's good value for money. If you see it around, get the neutral one. Don't get the black one, because this is good for any color of any boot. You know. I don't know how I ended up going onto that little rampage based on shoes. But I'll look into that, Dave, in regards to I got a couple of great leather working kits. I know someone that made their own. Don't buy this one because the fucking lid won't go. Oh, it's gone on. I knew someone that used to make sheaths for knives, and he was really good at it. Really good. He's not with us anymore. Again, and a good friend who took his life. So don't be one of them. Again, to anyone that's feeling low or especially to anyone that's suddenly realised what's going on. First of all, welcome to the party. Welcome to real life, and know that you're not alone and you never were. And secondly, hold on, keep fucking going, because don't you want to see? Don't you want to see? Don't give up. But I'll look into that. I might get some brilliant, mate. Looking at a potable nest out Elecom panel. Funny enough, yeah, just yesterday. Oh, mate, that was the first thing that was going through my head already before I read that comment. A potable Nest Out Elecom panel. You know, I love them. I love them. If you can just give me just elaborate on that a little bit, because I feel a bit of a cunt here because I've got absolutely no idea what that means. But it sounds impressive, whatever it is. Even if it's shit, you still make it sound impressive. Oh, I'm behind a little bit again. I do apologise. A little battery-powered lanterns are great too. Going to get some of the rechargeable lanterns on the next order. Be good to have a choice. It is, and I totally agree with you. And they do have a place, but I would love to just get rid of LED altogether, because it's a strobe. It's a strobe. It's not good for you. It's not good for pets. It's not good for wildlife. It's shit. But yeah, I would personally, I would recommend just getting hold of just buying shitloads of vegetable oil, and then do a little bit of research on YouTube into how to make candles out of vegetable oil, and just use that as your main source of lighting, unless you need something that's going to be you need something really powerful and direct as a head torch or a lantern, because you need to get something sorted out, whether it's an injury or to get something repaired or something in the dark or whatever. But try your level best to aim down the route of natural light, a flame, proper flame. You know, we've managed for a very long time by doing that. And my favorite lanterns have got proper flames. Again, I'm going to do a video on all of the stoves that I've got, and I'm going to give you a ranking. I said a ranking, Dave. I don't do that. It's not on the menu. Don't know why I picked on you, Dave. I'll do a ranking of why this is the most basic. This is probably the shittest one, really. Right up to this is the king of stoves. And I think that'd be quite interesting. But I'm going to make it as long as possible, because I am going to bring this channel to a slow close and then carry on with the live streams on the Waffling Wizard channel. And just let this just do come to a natural, but it won't come to a natural end, because I've come across channels that have been recommended, in my feed. I hate that word. Yeah, you want to eat this next. You want to get that down your next. Here's your feed. I fucking hate that term. But it comes up as your recommended or suggested videos. And I thought, that sounds quite interesting. I've clicked on it, and they've not put a video out for 2 years. Yet there was this random video recommended. So I'll leave the Rose Hippie channel to just float along on the internet, uninterrupted, for reference for anyone that might need to. I don't know. I've covered everything on this channel, everything. From a city prepping standpoint, I've covered everything that there is to be covered. So, but I don't want it to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, because I can't keep responding to that amount of people. And I don't know if it's an OCD thing, or I don't know, or just just you know, just common courtesy, which I've got plenty of, where I need to make sure that whoever's just left that comment knows that I've read it, whether they get a response or they get a heart. The bigger the channel gets, the more impossible it's going to be for me to do that. I won't have any time to do anything else. So I'll put a video out saying, right, we're moving over to the Waffling Wizard. Anyone wants to come over, come and join us. If you don't, you don't. And that'll bring the numbers right down so we can start again. But it will be the end of this channel. The end of an era. And one hell of a journey for me. And for you. For all of us, really, in our own little way. But yeah, I've come a long way since the start of that. But that's the plan. But try and aim for natural light if you can, where and when possible. Battery powered lanterns are great. Nice panel. I invested in one a few years ago. Only got 4 panels though. Been tempted to get one from Temu. Just got 3 watering cans and another 3-meter extending fruit picker using credit. Those fruit pickers are brilliant, especially if you know where to get fruit to pick. If you're in the middle of a massive, like, South London estate, I have got hay fever, and that's just popped my ears. And I have not had hay fever for quite some time. Yeah, if you're in the middle of like a concrete jungle, and you're walking around with an apple picker, you know, fruit picker, it's pointless. It's like having a canoe in the Mojave Desert. It's just utterly pointless. But if you know where to get fruit, or you've got your own fruit trees and stuff, they're brilliant. As for 3 watering cans, 3? Are you like fucking Medusa? You got 4 arms. Like, yeah, I can wash that, I can water that one, and I can water that, I can water that, and water that all at the same time. I'm fucking amazing. But yeah, I would definitely recommend getting one of those fold up things, because they slot away to nothing and they do the job. If you want, email me as a reminder and I'll send you a link to this specific model from the seller that I specifically bought this one from, so at least you know that it's been tried and tested. I do take risks now and then, and just quite impulsive and buy stuff random, not random. I think, yeah, I could use that, and I'll buy it. Sometimes without reading reviews, sometimes just on a whim. So at least you know that this one does the job. So yeah, let me know, Jordan. I've been getting my supplements from Amazon. It's a long way to go, mate. You know, beautiful, beautiful rainforest full of life. Some really good products at decent prices. Yeah, it is, but it's, again, Amazon's there to undercut everyone. That'll be probably the only place you can buy anything from when we move into this digital era, with this digital identity, this digital slavery system. Amazon. Why do you think it's there? Why do you think Musk got into the position that he's in? Why do you think Bezos got into the position that he's in? Why do you think Gates got into the position that he's in? I could go on and on and on. Zuckerberg. You know, they're all frontmen with immense wealth because they're following the orders. They've all got a purpose, leading and herding the masses into one direction. But I do love my storm lanterns, my hurricane lamps. They're brilliant. Hey up, Paul matey, you all right? How's it going? I was just saying earlier on, we need to sort something out. When Michael gets back from his holiday with the missus in Devon, we'll get a date sorted out, and crack on, you know. But yeah, good to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us. Got the freeze-dried egg powder on eBay in my watch list. Thanks for the efforts with Discount Man. Very helpful. You're very welcome, mate. And again, I also did say, if anyone can think of anything else that people might want, no matter how small or big, as long as there's demand there or enough people are going to want it, I'll put my feelers out and I'll contact these other sellers. You know, I've always done this for free because I've always wanted to help, and I wanted to make sure that no one felt alone, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't alone. You know, because what's happening around us and what's happened over the last 5-6 years has been very, very isolating for a lot of us, because we were seeing things from a very, very different perspective, the proper, real perspective than everyone else was. And we still chose to walk in our own direction, which made us stand out as lunatics and weirdos, and when in actual fact we were right. So this channel's helped me in ways that you can't imagine. So I want to just try, and it would be nice for me to be able to do something to pay back. Ivan Life and Paul. For nutrition, a really good all year round tree is the Scots pine. Yeah, I've located a couple of them. Great source of vitamin C. Pine needle tea. Now, it's got a few uses. I recommend that you look into that. The comment that Matty's just left there, very good for you. But make sure you get the right pine tree. Make sure you've got the right needles, because some of the needles look very similar, but you've got to turn them over and you'll see lines. There are distinctions. So just once you've got it right, and once you've made that identification, that's it. You're done. That's another one logged. Another one added to your foraging memory bank. I'm telling you, foraging could save your fucking life. Like learning to swim. Like learning to swim could save your life. Like learning to drive could open more doors for you to get a job. It's the same thing. But with the added beauty of the fact that when you go foraging, you are in direct contact with nature, and that is really, really good for your mental health. You know, I'm happy to argue with anyone about that. Anyone. Just hit 7 months without booze, but recently had massive cravings for a cold cider. Any words of advice, encouragement, gratefully received. Just tell yourself how far you've come, and you've shown yourself that you don't need it. You see, I can go without, you know, as long as I don't start. So on a Friday night when I'm doing a live stream, I'll have a drink. But but I don't get pissed. You know, you can look back through any live stream. I might have slowed down a little bit and maybe slur the occasional word, but you'll never see me pissed. But there was a time when I was drinking every day of the week. And then when I lost my wife, I was going through a bottle of vodka a day, a liter of vodka a day. And not throughout the day, because I had to get things done. I'd still function to some degree. So, but come say 6 o'clock at night, liter of vodka, liter of vodka, liter of vodka. You know, I was in a right fucking mess. So some people can just go, do you know what? I'll just have the one and leave it at that. But if you've struggled with alcoholism in your past, just having that one is going to lead to another one, most likely. So just don't do it. Don't do it. But you know, the irony of that, this is my last bottle of the best cider I've ever made in my life. All 100% organic. Made in 2024. If you can make that out on the label. It's a bit bright. Hard cider, 2024, look. This is incredible stuff. You can go through a bottle of that and still feel really, really sort of energetic and bubbly and happy and, you know, laid back, chilled. And I haven't touched it. But it's all organic. Most of the stuff that we're buying in the shops, it's just shit. It's just poison, you know, unless you make your own. But yeah, mate, if you've got a weakness for alcohol, just keep saying, nah, I'll give it a miss. I've come this far. Some people reckon that having a bottle of something in the house, knowing that they can just, I can have it if I want it, but I'm choosing not to. I've known loads of people quit smoking that way by having fags there. They're there. I can have one if I want one. Rather than thinking, oh, should I go and see if I can find an ashtray somewhere and just, you know, it's amazing what addictions can, what people are prepared, the lengths that people will go to with addictions. You know, again, in the mid-90s, I was, you know, I was selling stuff, and yeah, I've seen addiction and I've seen what it can do to people, and I've lost friends to addiction. So whether it's alcohol or drugs, it doesn't matter. It's the same principle. But I hope you get yourself sorted out. Boggs, 7 months is good going. You should be giving yourself a tap on the back for that. Don't waste it. Don't make it for nothing. I recommend the lanterns, Jordan. Just one was able to light my living room fairly well. 2 lights is enough to read or play games. I got the 4-pack. We'll get another 4, just rechargeable. Yeah, head torches. Again, I know they're LED, but they're so cheap to buy now because they're so mass produced. I think I've got about 10, maybe 15, something like that. You need to make sure you've got those hands free. You know? Plus, if you're passing someone in the dark and you've got a head torch on, put it onto the maximum, look down like that, just so there's just enough light to tell if there's something in their hands, so you're not blinding them. and then give them a wide berth. And if they act weird in any way, just look straight at their face. They'll be dazzled. They'll be dazzled, you know. Just fucking get stuck in. Get stuck in. Unless they've got a knife. But then I'll again, that'll probably be my last video on this channel. The long-awaited self-defense. Well done, folks. I gave up 18-ish years ago. Good on you, Jordan. I have a light shandy here and there. You fucking puff. I'm only joking, mate. Sorry. Nah, I'm very impressed. I have a light shandy here and there. I find the shell bad enough these days. Yeah. Hello, Digi. You all right, sweetheart? Michelle? Welcome to the party, and thank you for joining us. That's great, Boggs. Whenever I was kicking something, I did it on a daily basis. If I told myself that I was quitting, it made me want whatever even more. That's the dark side of human nature, you know. You know, just wanting what we can't have. But then it's a really good demonstration of strength when you're able to bypass that and go, nah, fuck that. Give up normal weed. Also a year now. Switch to CBD weed. Good. Again, that should all be legal. It should all be legal. You can go into any shop, buy bottles and bottles and bottles of vodka, whiskey, all of that, rum, you know, bring it back, drink yourself to death, to the point where you've literally drank yourself to death. You've killed yourself. Alcoholic poisoning. Sent yourself into a coma. No one knows about it. Then you die. Right? And you can buy that shit wherever you want. Millions of people have died from alcohol-related diseases and problems. Millions and millions. Do you know how many people have died from cannabis? None. Not one recorded death. So there is no high, maybe a non-alcoholic cider. Yeah. Yeah. If you used to drink because you like the taste and the buzz, but then you could be setting yourself up for disappointment because you won't get the buzz. Maybe you just stay clear. Just catching up. I think lanterns will be on the next order. Thanks, Dave. G. Good evening, Jordan. Oh, that jumped a bit. Don't look back. You're not going that way. Yeah, I like that saying, Jordan. There's a philosopher in you, Jordan. I'll send you a link for the leather work kits tomorrow if I remember, mate. Nice one, Dave. Much appreciated. The commandant is getting more and more on board with the prepping. Which is good. She wants us to have bug out bags, which is great. I have thought about them for ages, but there could be a fire. What do you mean by that? As in the bags being in the way of the door and there being a fire and you're tripping them over? I don't know what you mean, mate. I've got a permanent bug out bag in there, and stuff in the car ready to go. But that would be based on the house being on fire. Because if it was a case of anyone trying to get in the house, anyone trying to attack me, anything like that, they'll get a bit of a warning, but that's all they'll get. If they carry on, I'll kill them. And I don't mean that metaphorically. I'll kill them. I'll take their lives. Again, look into the Castle Doctrine. It's enshrined in law, not legal. It's not legal, you know. It's enshrined in law. In fact, fuck law. Fuck it. You know, I know the difference between right and wrong innately. So do you. We don't need a man to write down, this is the new law, abide by it. Fuck off. Everyone needs to understand what sovereignty is. Or something else where we have to... right, in case of a fire, right, got you. Same here, mate. That's why it's there. As for candle lanterns, I can highly recommend a UCO folding and dubbed as a small heat source if in woods, in a poncho over the top. Oh, that sounds really good, mate. That's got my attention because I've got some really good ponchos as well. Good, like heavy duty ones, quite heavy for ponchos, but they'll be releasing the heat out because you can make them into little teepees. Tie the hood off, and you've got a little teepee. So the thicker they are, the more durable they are. The more durable they are, the less heat they let heat out less rapidly. I hope that makes sense. I have some similar to the UCO lanterns. I think we got them off Vinted. They're brilliant, Dave. I've made a paraffin insert also for mine. Well, that sounds very, very interesting. My cup of tea. I got a knockoff UCO candle lantern. It was a nightmare finding the right size candles. Again, I don't know what these are. They got the molds to make your own if you're finding it hard to find. Again, this is food for free. We say this book every live for a reason. Get it if you haven't already. Yeah. It fits in your pocket. It's very simple to follow, and it'll give you the absolute basics. A bit more than the basics, you know, but it's just so simple. It's a small, cheap book, and that's how I got started out. I knew fuck all about foraging. A lot of people think foraging, it's a bit boring, that is. To anyone that's thinking that, maybe this isn't the live stream for you. You know, maybe you should just fuck off because it's important. It's a great starter book, really is. I did know where there was a mold for them being a knockoff. Didn't think to look. And I agree. I've got the food for free book. Yeah. A couple of years ago, very handy to keep in pocket or backpack. Absolutely, Sky Girl. It's brilliant. It's a no-brainer. An absolute no-brainer. Also got the mushrooms, trees and wildflowers. I haven't got the wildflowers one, but I've got the tree one and I've got the mushrooms one. But they're both at the caravan. I could do with bringing them back here. See what I can see where I am, you know, as opposed to, you know, if or when I give the caravan up, I'm not going to be using those books at that caravan. So I should bring them back here really and start really, really familiarizing myself with absolutely anything and everything that's within maybe a mile radius of where I live. And that mushroom book will come in handy. But in that mushroom book, it says that Liberty caps are poisonous. I've never felt poisoned. Good book. I have at least 8 head torches. Yeah, they're brilliant. You've got to keep your hands free. You know, whether it's trying to fix something, whether you're trying to tend to someone's wound, tend to your own wound, or defense, self-defense, and everything in between. So important. Head torch, head torch, head torch. Head torch, head torch, head torch. Are you a knobhead, Tez? Yeah, I'm a fucking knobhead. If I was a head torch salesman, I would do that, but with a really straight face. A door-to-door head torch salesman, but like, you need one. You've got to get one because it'll keep your hands free. You know, keep your hands free. You can do everything else you need to do. It's brilliant. They're brilliant, and they've got a really good zoom. You know. Jordan gave his mate one and then stripped. Hold on, let me read that again. Gave a mate one of them 3 strip headband torches. Yeah, I've got 2 of them, and I bought another 4 as Christmas presents because they're practical. Stop buying people shit. Buy someone. I keep buying in practical presents, but they're all, to me, they're practical. To them, they're like, you know. But one day, they're going to be like, I'm fucking glad he bought me that. I'm glad he bought us that. I'm telling you. I'm an alcoholic. Well, don't drink anymore. It's really not worth it. Don't drink and save the money to buy more camping stuff or something you really need. I know it's hard, but your soul is stronger. Really good advice there, Matty. I used to drink 2 to 3 bottles of rum a day. It's not good, is it, mate? You feel shit all the time, and it is the ultimate depressant. The ultimate. So it numbs all the pain and whatever it is you're going through that's got you into that state in the first place. And then you just spiral down and down and down and get worse and worse and worse. It's a very, very, very vicious circle that's very difficult to bring yourself out of, but it is doable. Just noticed my spelling is shit tonight. Fucking autocorrect. Hey, don't worry about it, Jordan. I can still read it, mate. Look, if I'm struggling a little bit, it's just because I've said 1,000 times I love English and I love grammar, because I find it easy. Good grammar makes me, or helps me, to understand a comment or a paragraph or a chapter or a sentence. It helps me to understand it like that. Without grammar and proper spelling, I find it a bit more challenging. But hey, look, there's no fucking grammar police around here. Don't focus on trying to spell that right, and I might have missed a comma here and a comma there. Fuck that, man. I'm not like that. You know? Don't worry about it, brother. I can still read between the lines. It's good. It's okay. I lost friends over addictive stuff. Me too, Matty. So we should see that as reasons for us to maybe consider knocking it on the head, or at least taking our foot off the pedal a little bit. Instead of saying, I want to give up something, say, I decide no longer going to do that thing. Saying, I decide has a direct impact on the subconscious mind, and is a very powerful technique. I have heard that. Yeah, words can be very powerful, right? So whether you're using those words on someone else in a conversation, or whether you're using them on yourself, I think it's a lot more powerful when you're using them on yourself, especially if you've got a very strong inner monologue, you know, full blown conversations in silence with yourself. I mean, I have full blown conversations with myself verbally, but not quite as often, you know. But you can be your greatest leader, you can be your greatest counselor, you can be your greatest healer, your greatest shaman, tomato, you can be your greatest everything. You just need to give yourself a break, you know. Sure, that's a very strong saying. Thanks everyone. I was seriously hurting myself with booze. Yeah, you once you've risen above it, you know how to rise above it and stay above it. Addiction used to be a close friend of mine. Yeah, I've lost friends to heroin. I've lost. Yeah, it's such a fucked up world. But again, you know, you can be inspired. You could end up being an inspiration. Look, when people go to counselling, right? A lot of the time, you go into a counsellor that's studied to be a counsellor from fucking textbooks. No life experience. What the fuck have you got to offer me? How the fuck are you qualified to help me in this dire situation where I want to kill myself? With no life experience, because you're a cunt. Up, out the room, slam the door, fuck off home, deal with it yourself. No one knows you better than you. But there are counsellors out there, I'm sure, you know, that are in it because they thought, right, I've been through this shit. This is why I went to work in kids' homes, because there was very little that any of these young kids had been through in their life that I'd not experienced it myself at some point in my life. So I felt qualified in the right way, and it made a difference. Don't look back. Yeah. Had I saved the money? Yeah, you save a fortune. I stopped smoking last year. Well done, Dave. Was the last of my habits. Extra money have been a brilliant boost to my preps. Yeah, exactly. Take it from something that's bad for you and turn it into something that's going to help you further down the line. No brainer. Absolute no brainer. And alcohol's so expensive now, like £5-6 a pint. What the fuck? Unless you make your own from an apple tree at the bottom of your garden that's in someone else's garden. Yeah. Yeah, saving money when you see the difference from saving and not drinking, you think yourself, you should have done this sooner. Exactly, but it's better late than never. And on top of the fact that you're recognizing and noticing that you are saving a fortune, you are, on top of that, you're feeling healthier because that depressant is slowly working its way out of your system. But because I do drink at weekends and I have had a history of alcohol abuse, I'm not quite sure what shape my liver's in. So that is why my 12th supplement is going to be milk thistle. So do a little bit of a deep dive into milk thistle. Not just good for your liver, you know, but it's just one of many. and it's definitely a no-brainer for me. Awesome news, Dave. It's hard to quit smoking. Yeah, the pennies soon mount up. Finding the same with weed was paying £180 an ounce. Fucking that's expensive. Prices have significantly gone up since my mid-20s. Significantly. And they do even little bits of saving adds up. Everything does. It does. It all adds up. And we're all watching the pennies now, you know. Looking forward to trying my tobacco, coming along nicely now. Thanks, Terry. You're very welcome, Jordan. Save more money going to the system. Yeah, that is a nice feeling. Isn't that a nice feeling? Because we're so heavily taxed on alcohol and tobacco because we've got no fucking industry anymore. Tax. Debt slaves. That's all they see us as. I was going to say that's all we are. We're not. Because as soon as you start to perceive yourself as a debt slave, that's what you'll become. So the amount of tobacco you can get from one plant, and then you look at how much it costs for 50 grams of tobacco, nearly 50 quid. It's a no-brainer. And you're legally, for now, allowed to grow your own tobacco. You're just not allowed to sell it without a license. But again, this let's revert back to laws and rules and regulations and legalities and all of that. If I don't agree to it or agree with it, I'm not going to follow this stupid fucking law. You can take that law and shove it up your fucking arse. If I don't agree with it, or even worse, if I suspect it's in place to make your life better as a politician and your pals, I'm not going to follow it. And if you want to come for me, come for me. The fucking bodies are built up. At what point do you turn around and say, right, that's enough. This is the line. Cross it and I'll fucking kill you. Again, I don't want to become a murderer. You know? But they're trying to murder you. So if they come to your house with bad intentions, fuck them. Fuck them. It's a form of self-defense. And that's not me trying to rationalize murder. It is a form of self-defense. And then you've got the castle doctrine. You have a right to defend yourself and your home using lethal force if necessary. It stands in law. Fuck them. I'll kill them. And get a lot off my chest in the process. It's a fucking win-win. But yeah, I'm glad. I had to start all over again, Jordan, but they're looking good now, you know. So I will have some really decent plants by the start of autumn, I reckon. So plenty to bring in. I'll have taken plenty off. I'll be all right. A little bit annoyed, you know, but it is what it is. It's the wormwood I want to get going, and there's two other plants as well. One of them is really good for omega fatty acids, the best plant in this country. Purslane, is it? I'm trying to get that going as well. Like they're all like, I don't want to grow any bigger than this because I can see it's pissing you off. You know? Oh dear. It is what it is. We persevere. The liver is a great organ, can regenerate once you start looking after it. Yes, it can. You can have half of your liver removed, whether it's through cirrhosis or cancer or various other chronic illnesses that are related with and to the liver, and have half of it taken away, and it will regenerate back into a full-size liver again. It's the only organ that can do that. The only one. Some would say, well, the skin's an organ. If you slash your hand open, it regenerates. No, it doesn't. Scar tissue is not normal skin. It's incredible. We need to all come together, buy a huge lump of land with skills to help. There's a chunk of land in Edale, you know, nearly 2 acres. I don't know how much it is or anything like that. I've not really looked any further into it. I just thought, oh, that's fucking tempting, that is. But there are just so much bureaucracy and red tape, and you know, you've got to know someone that's lived in the Peak District for X amount of years, or you've got to, you know, there's got to be some lineage here, and fuck off. I want to buy that land, stick a caravan on it, and then just, you know, live out a normal, simple, chilled out life. You know, who the fuck are these people to tell you you've got to pay to live in a world that you had no choice of being born into whilst they're living the life of Riley? Who the fuck are they? They're no one. Nobody. They're fuck all. They're lower than pond scum. They're lower than maggots. And the sooner everyone starts to realise that and understand that, the better. They all need taking down. They all need to swing. Help each other. That's all women out there thrive and open my community. Example, I'm a mechanic. Yeah, being a mechanic is a great skill. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Because you can turn an engine into something else. If it doesn't want to be a car anymore, you could, because it's a generator, it can do all sorts of stuff. You know, you could turn it into a tool making machine, or, you know, because you're mechanically minded, and I mean that in a nice way. Imagine being organic and mechanic at the same time. We've all got our own unique individual skill sets. And that's what makes us beautiful as a society. And that's why they've from way before any of us were born, right? Let's divide them off. Let's divide them off. Let's subdivide them, and then subdivide them, and then subdivide them, and subdivide them, and then bring in these fucking foreigners that have got nothing to do with our culture, right? Oil and water, just divide more and divide more and divide more. Because they know that if a mechanic, a herbalist, a nurse, someone who knows how to stitch, especially stuff like that, a builder, a plumber, a philosopher, a mathematician, you know, you get all these people all in together, and you've got a very, 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 very healthy, organic community. Very strong. Yeah, there are complicated dynamics to take into account. You've got some, you know, you might end up with two people that are quite strong-minded and quite strong-willed. But usually kind of finds its own level and works. And I'm pretty certain that's how it used to be. And it's doable to get that back. It is, but it's going to be a challenge. But it's doable. I can't believe weed is still illegal. The government could make billions on weed tax. Would really hurt organised crime. Yeah, but once the government get their hands into it, there's some really, really, really dodgy weed over in America. Very, very weird. Dodgy weird. Frankenweed. Frankenweed. And this is in the states where cannabis is legal. Again, fuck the laws. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I believe, my personal opinion is that microdosing cannabis can expand your mind and make you think clearer, find solutions to problems, and all manner of stuff. You see, when people think about someone going to like the rainforest and having a bit of ayahuasca with some shaman or shaman, it's like, oh, that's amazing. You're really cultured, you are, right? Yet you get someone that's just pondering, smoking a spliff on a park bench and pondering the world with proper depth. Lots of internal philosophies going on, real deep stuff, good stuff. As a result of that spliff, people will walk past that man or that woman and think, druggy, fucking druggy. Whereas the guy who's had ayahuasca with a shaman, he's cultured. The only difference between the two is money and the mental image. That's it. Does my fucking head in. This world's so shallow. It's so fucking shallow. Right, let me just get a top up, go for a slash, and I'll be back. So please feel free to talk amongst yourselves, and I will catch up in the chat. I will. I don't want to leave that on a negative. And alcoholism. So alcoholics. If you go around to someone's house, multi-millionaire, and they're drinking, I don't know, a 1968 Merlot from some fucking random place in Italy, out of lead cup crystal glasses, and they're drinking 4 or 5 bottles of that every fucking day, then they are alcoholics. Yet you walk through a park and you see someone drinking Scrumpy Jack straight out of a 2 litre, 3 litre bottle, or someone drinking 2020 or some other drink out of a brown paper bag, looking a little bit dishevelled on a park bench, you're going to think, tramp or fucking alcohol. What's the difference? Money and image. That's it. Shallow shit. My eyes are getting itchy. Do you see what I mean though about the shallow nature of society? It's all about image and wealth. You know, you can have people that have got fuck all, and I mean nothing, living on the street with massive hearts. Yet you can have a billionaire that sets up actual manhunts where they get their other billionaire friends to go hunting for humans in the Black Forest of Germany. You know? This needs to turn around. It really does. Yeah, an island would be nice. But then I think moving on to an island and turning your back on the world, I think the world needs people like you to inspire, you know? Teach a man to fish. Where am I? Okay, now I'm well behind. 160 ounces, just saying, oh, right, yeah, okay. Well, I'll say van life. The Gov do make a lot of money on weed, Dave. Yeah, you can get it on prescription now, but you've got to work hard for it. There is a greenhouse area down this way where they grow 50 ton a year for Canada. Okay, now you can get it on prescription, but it's very, very difficult to do, very difficult to achieve. There are certain medical conditions that people do respond. Painkillers don't do the job. Certain other prescription medications don't do the job. They don't work. Not really. The only thing that helps these people is cannabis. It's a weed, you know. When people keep thinking, when people walk past someone and smell weed on someone, most people are instantly judgmental of that man or that woman. Instantly. For smoking something that is completely natural. For smoking something that the human brain has a natural receptor for, almost like we were designed to be connected to it. Feel free to look this up. You know, I'm not Billy bullshit. So if you've got natural receptors for cannabis, and then you look at Rastafarianism, that's built around cannabis. And Rastafarianism is a recognized religion. You know, not every black man with loads of dreadlocks is a Rasta. You know, a proper Rastafarianism is a religious man. They're vegetarian and they believe that weed brings them closer to God. And I can sort of see where they're coming from. Anyway, let me just get some filter tips. I just went in the bedroom to get these, and like this, I've got so many. Oh man, I went on a bit of a backpacking, vacuum sealing mission today, and took it all upstairs, and then just went on like a bit of a mad one to try and get organised for the live stream, and just forgot they were on the bed. We've got to find places for all that now. That is it. I'm done. I'm fucking done. Anyway, but isn't that annoying, Jordan, that they grow 50 tons to sell to another country, one of the Five Eyes? About buying land. Yeah, I mean, it's so expensive though, mate. You know, land is so expensive. So we've only got a small group of islands, mate, you know. I mean, Scotland, Wales and England are all connected. Northern Ireland it's separated by a little bit of water, you know. But essentially we are quite a small island, yet these fucking cockroaches keep coming over in their droves, invited over. So when you live on a relatively small island and you've got an influx of more and more parasitic cockroaches coming in the droves, they need to be homed. I don't want to home them. I do. Actually, I do. No, I take that back. I take that back. I do want to home them in their fucking country. So we have less and less land, which makes that land more and more expensive. Whereas you go to America, you can buy a couple of acres over there for a couple of $1,000s. Anyway, I think living on land and living is the life we were supposed to live. We weren't meant to be herded into cities and towns. It's not good for us. We're meant to be around nature and working with nature. That connection, the yin yang, balance. You know, no wonder crime's so off the fucking charts. People think that it's all down to, you know, lack of money, lack of food, lack of this, lack of that. Why crime is just so off the charts in massive built up concrete metropolises. Not thinking for 1 second that it's because it's devoid of trees, it's devoid of grass, it's devoid of anything natural. All the rivers are fucked. We've got a direct connection with nature. We are nature. So a lot of these crimes that are committed, and you know, the high crime rate and stuff, is a combination of a lack of natural environment and bringing third world mentalities into a first world country where there's a significant difference from, you know, in IQ, the IQ thing, it's very, very real. It is. We've all got pros and cons. Each race has got different. There's only one race. No, there isn't. Fuck off. There's loads of different races. We fall under the umbrella of human, under the umbrella. Like Rottweilers, Border Terriers, Chihuahuas, and Labradors fall under the umbrella of dogs. Now, Labradors make for really good guide dogs. Rottweilers make for really good nanny dogs. Really good. They fall into a very, very unique category of the nanny dog, where they will protect your baby. That's a completely different species to the dog. They'll protect your baby and guard your baby. Nanny dog, right? Incredible nanny capabilities. Highly intelligent, very, very affectionate, very protective of their pack, right? Labradors, you know, very placid. There are some dogs that are very, very aggressive, and some dogs that aren't. Some dogs that are amazing at doing this and really shit at that. And then there are dogs that aren't shit at that. They're amazing at that. And then they're shit at that. That was why they were all bred off to do different things. What's to say that the same didn't happen to us at some point in our history? You know? I mean, you try and think about certain demographics and what they've contributed to the human race. Let that, you know, let that mellow around in your mind. Think, what have you actually contributed to the advancement of the human race? Certain demographics, not all, because a lot of people will just jump to the conclusion of anyone that's brown has actually contributed fuck all, apart from war, rape, misery. And it could be and would be very, very easy to just jump to straight to that. Whereas you can look at some of these remote villages and see that they've got a very, very strong, very powerful sense of community, which is very important to remain cohesive, you know, strength in numbers. And a lot of us have lost that. Anyway. I'm a roofer and window fitters by trade, but not worked in 15 years. Gardener and prepper by choice. It's more productive, but those skills are still there, Jordan. So if you ever need to tap into them, they're still there. But being a prepper is way more, it's a lot more varied. You know, see, a lot of people think just like, well, actually, I'm a brain surgeon and I've saved so far throughout my career of 3 decades, I've probably saved the lives of about 300 people. Yet you put them in a scenario like what we're facing, fucked. Have a look around, brain surgeon. Can you see anyone that needs brain surgery? No. Well, what fucking use are you then? Whereas a prepper, a proper prepper, needs to know a bit about this, a bit about that, a bit about this, that, whilst paying a lot of attention as to what's going on in the world at the same time. Stretching yourself in all manner of directions. You know, people have gone from thinking that preppers are a little bit odd, you know, a little bit extreme, a little bit different, a bit weird, you know. When they clearly don't realize just how versatile we are. Otherwise, we wouldn't be preppers. In Buddhism, a lot of the temples have pine cone shaped, for the pineal gland. Well, it's a representation of it. Buddha's often depicted as having pine cones on his head, and I don't think this is to represent. Don't think this is to represent the pineal gland, like often said. What do you think it is? Because it does. It is definitely a reference to something. Good night, Sky Girl. I'm sorry, I've probably missed you by about half an hour. I'm a fucker for it. I really don't mean to, you know. But I do think the pineal gland's got a big part to play in this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working really, really hard with fluoride to calcify it, would they? Van life has a trade. I'm a trained chef. Went to chef school. There's 2 trades already. Exactly. But then, you know, when it comes to really tough times where society is imploded, no one's going to be looking around for someone who knows how to cook a fucking puffer fish properly or create perfect sushi. They just want to be fed. But if you can expand that to learning how to skin a rabbit and butcher it and add that to chef, that'll be impressive. Being a chef right now is a good skill. It is. But in a collapsed society, no one gives a fuck how pink their steak is. Nobody. No one's going to be impressed that you can create a creme brulee. Just being honest. I haven't got that many skills, but I'm working on several, and I've got several more in the pipeline. I need to try and arm myself with as many skills as I possibly can to operate outside of this digital slavery system. That's my main aim. But women do love a man who can cook. They do, and I love cooking. I may not be a chef by trade, but I do like cooking. A window fitter, so awesome. The shelter builder, but you need putty, but then you can use mud, wattle and daub. Loads of ways. We've got to go back to go forward. The only way forward is back. If you cut a piece of new growth from a pine tree and take off the needles, if you eat this, it gives a strong feeling of relaxation in the center of the skull, and also a energy focus. I wonder what it is that does that specifically. And again, it's got to be a very, you can't do that with all pine trees, mate, because some pine trees will fuck you up. So you've got to know your trees as well. Again, foraging and just getting back to nature, going back, learning about nature, engaging with nature, learning to fish, learning to trap, learning to butcher, learning to identify different fungi, different plants, different berries, different herbs, you know? Before I had to stop working, I was a mechanical electrical engineer. My memory has gone to shit, so not safe to do that crap anymore. I think you would surprise yourself, Dave. We end up with, is it synapses? Fired electrical connections within the brain that do create light. Because we're electrical, you know, it's like sparks of electricity, and they're brand new neuro pathways. So I do think that the old neuro pathways or old skills or things that you don't practice anymore, there's no repetition in your life anymore, do sort of fade a little bit, but I don't think they disappear. They're still there. There's something called muscle memory. I mean, I used to lift weights when I was in my sort of early to mid 20s all the time, never to get big, just to stay strong and to stay trim and to stay fit. And then I just knocked it on the head for years, decades, then got back into it again. And it was tough to start off with, but it didn't take me long to get back into it again. Decades later, because of muscle memory. So muscle memory doesn't always just apply to physical muscles. It's more than that. It's muscle memory, as in memory. Your brain remembers that you used to do that. It's the same brain that you had back then. It's just got more in there now. But yeah, I mean, just being practical minded, and I think most preppers are anyway. I think that's why one of the reasons why we ended up the way we have. One of the reasons. I can remember. Still be able to fix stuff like generators and stuff. That's what I mean. Make yourself valuable. You already are valuable. You know you are. Or maybe you don't, but you are. But to a community, the more skills you've got, the more knowledge you've got, the more weight you'll carry. So if there was a complete and total collapse of of hospitals, GPs, and all that, there is quite a lot I'm capable of doing to help people from a first aid point of view. I've also accumulated a lot of things that will also help that most people haven't got. So that's a very, very, very important skill set to have, is half decent first aid and knowledge of medical equipment and medications. Because you don't want to be surrounded by people that are losing their shit. And you don't want to be surrounded by people that are dying. You need to be able to repair people and keep them calm until they've calmed down. And then I don't want to go into too much detail about that. And solar, right, Dave? Yeah, I mean, I know loads about solar, but that's all because I had to, because we got a caravan in the middle of a fucking field with no electricity. So I ate, slept, drank, pissed and shat solar for 6 months solid. I'd be lying in bed thinking about, right, I need to solve that. I've got to fix that. I've got to do that. But if I do that, then that's going to cause a problem with that. And then, and I was like that for about 6 months. Intense learning of solar and the ampage and the wattage, the amp hours, the draw, and how much would, there's just, it's not as, it can be very, very, very simple. Very, very, very simple. Right? Or it can get quite complicated, where you're having to pull loads and loads of positives and negatives all together in a system that's going to be very, very powerful, but not too powerful that's going to blow all your shit up and cause electrical fires. Oh, I'm sorry, I nearly missed you there, mate. I don't like missing out on anyone that's just joined us. The Wandering Cumbrian. I love Cumbria. Cumbria is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's part of the Lake District, you know. It's stunning up there. The Cumbria and everywhere in that region really is the closest that we've got to the Highlands of Scotland. It's very fucking wild. And you can wild camp up there without permission. Just don't leave loads of shit everywhere. Evening, morning. Oh, fuck me, it's 12:30. Wow, that went quick. That's what I mean. How long have we been going? 3 hours and 18 minutes. It just goes so quick. Welcome to the live stream, my friend. Yeah, I think I could. Shouldn't be too hard to turn an electric motor into a generator. Oh my God, how far behind am I? Wind could work, but if you had access to a fast moving piece of water, hydro would be great. Constant too. I tell you what, mate, you and Jordan, you guys should get in touch, because he's quite minded like that. I did put a shelf up straight once. Nah, I've got a few skills, but when it comes to trying to repair cars and get my head around fixing cars and stuff like that, I'm fucking useless. I'm useless. Whereas my dad, he could build, he could look at a plan, because he started off as a bricklayer, but he is very practically minded like that. He could build a conservatory or something like that. He could, and it would be good. It would stand the test of time. Me, nah. But then I do think that part of that is me a slight lack of confidence, because it's such a big undertaking. If I fuck it up, it's one seriously expensive fuck up. But I have got half decent skills in other areas. That's what I'm saying. You've got your skills in your area, and you've got your areas of skills. I've got my areas of skills. She's got her areas of skills, and so on and so forth. As a collective, that's it. You're self-sufficient, and that's what they don't want. They want you to be completely and totally reliant on them. And we've got to break away from that, no matter what the cost. No retreat, no surrender. I was thinking about the whole wind generation thing, because things do seem to be getting windier. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. It's not very often we get a very calm day. So a windmill for generating electricity is a good idea. And you can make them, historically, you could have made something like that work very, very easily just by getting a garden, a decorative garden thing where you've got someone's just welded loads of spoons onto a wheel, and the wind catches one of the spoons. Before you know it, it's going round and round and round. I've got something like that in the garden. I'll do a walkthrough of the garden as well and show you how I'm getting along with some things and not getting along very well with other things. And I'll show you that. So there's loads of things that you can buy on the cheap instead of actually buying a windmill specifically designed to generate electricity. There are makeshift things that you can do and utilize and adapt and adopt, you know. But when we were kids, most people in my age, the headlights on our push bikes or bicycles to our American friends, they were dynamo fed. So there was an attachment on the wheel with a little wheel on the wheel. So our wheel was going forward like that, and then there was a dynamo attached to the rim of the wheel of our bicycles that had a little wheel on it, and that would just spin round and spin round, and that would generate enough electricity to illuminate the headlamp on your bike. Those dynamos are really fucking expensive now, considering the simplicity of what they actually are. So if you can utilize a garden, something you bought from a garden center that just spins around in the wind, which I've got in the garden, and you can create a dynamo system that can recharge your batteries, an extra layer of recharging your battery system, or creating enough electricity during the day to recharge stuff that you can use at night. You know, there are so many. We've got so many choices. People are just, there are so many people out there that have just got this blinkered view. Oh no, this is, nihilism. Anyone familiar with nihilism? I'm not a nihilist. I'm a realist. But some people might think that I'm a pessimistic optimist. But I think that is what a realist is. A realist is a pessimistic optimist. But we've got so many options available to us. We are creative, inventive beings. That's why we're as far as we know, that's why we're apex. We're at the top of the food chain. We just need to remove these sick fucks at all costs. Get them all swinging. Whenever I say swinging, get them all swinging, I don't mean his wife with her husband. You know what I mean. So there's still plenty of knowledge in that great mind, Dave. So you're not done yet, buddy. Exactly. One of my brothers gets prescription weed. See, I knew. I wasn't making it up. You can get it on prescription in this country, but it's usually for stuff like MS, multiple sclerosis, and a few other chronic diseases that painkillers and stuff, they just don't touch. They don't do the job. There's nothing really out there for it. Whereas it's been proven in countries where cannabis is legal, they've been able to do loads of research because it's legal. So they've had a bigger community, or a bigger bunch of people in order for them to do blind research and actual research, and then placebo research, right? So they've all the evidence is there for certain conditions, medical conditions, to the point where it would be inhumane of our government and our medical system. It would be inhumane for them to turn around and say, no, we're not going to give you the only thing that gives you some quality of life. We're not going to give you any of that, even though we know it works, even though it's completely natural, even though it's 100% organic, you know. But it is hard to get on a prescription, which is why it's still underground and people are growing their own. I think, was it Germany? I think it was Germany. You're allowed to grow. You're allowed to have 3 plants. I think it was Germany. You might need to do a little bit of a and just see if I'm right on that. But if one country is doing it and we've now legalized it for medical purposes in this country, then who knows, you know. But they're always going to want to push big pharma on you. They don't want a natural. They don't want a natural cure for cancer. They don't want a natural cure for parasites, which is one of the main leading causes of cancer. They don't want to give you a natural remedy for this or a natural remedy for that, because they would be losing out on billions, maybe even trillions globally. It's such a fucked up system. So we have to just, well, fuck it then. We're going to do it anyway. Who the fuck are you to tell me, a grown-ass adult, what I can and can't do to aid me in my life with a particular health issue that I've got? Who the fuck are you? Your body, your choice. These people have got nothing to do with that. Yeah, they've written things into law. They've made it illegal for this and illegal for that. Fuck that. As long as you've got an innate sense between right and wrong, and you're not harming anyone else, and you're helping yourself and potentially helping others, fuck these laws. Fuck them. Yeah, so I mean, PTSD and weed, that's a tricky one. Because if you get carried away a little bit too much with weed, not with everyone, weed affects, let's just call it cannabis, because that is the planet. That's the plant, right? It affects different people in different ways, right? Some people can have a spliff and just feel very relaxed and ponder and go into a world of philosophy and imagination and lots of really good, healthy aspects of the human mind and the human psyche. Whereas you give that same spliff with exactly the same weed in it, same cannabis in it, exactly the same strength, the exact same amount, you can give that to someone else and they can end up with something called a white death, where neurosis kicks in, and it can be like an actual, real, intense nightmare. But they know they're not going to wake up from this nightmare because it's too bad. It gets so bad that they wake up. They know that they're awake and they can't escape the mind. So people with PTSD, microdosing, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about that. It's just, I'm just using logic and thinking that PTSD is a form of neurosis, and you add something that can increase that tenfold, it could be extremely beneficial for some, but catastrophic for others. So when I said earlier on that there's been millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, maybe billions over the lifetime or the span of humanity as a result of excess alcohol poisoning and destroying your organs and your family life and your mental health and all of that. And yeah, I can go to the shop and buy shitloads of that, no problem. So alcohol, just as itself, you can drink a bottle of that, a bottle of that, a bottle of that, a bottle of that, pass out and die as a direct result of alcohol poisoning. There's never, ever been one single documented death as a direct result of cannabis being in the system, cannabis being the direct reason for a death. There have been suicides as a result of a side result, like a side, because of neurosis, because of a white death. You know, people going from having a smoke to having a white death to having a real death. But it wasn't the cannabis that killed them. It was their mind. So how that could help people with PTSD, obviously there is an example here, you know, of that working, but I've never heard of that before. And to me, that sounds well risky, but who knows, you know, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. So, and even psychologists and psychiatrists these days are just as fucking useless as modern day primary, preschool and secondary education teachers. Fucking useless, indoctrinated. The information is in there, just the retrieval mechanism is fucked low. But it would come back to you if it needed to. If you was around more things to fix, yeah, get back into it, yeah. Sort of renew those neural pathways, refresh them. I'm telling you, it would work. It would work. Where was I? Oh yeah, right. It would certainly help me. I live in Portsmouth. It's really diverse. Yeah, I went to Portsmouth I was about 17 when I first started knocking. We went to Portsmouth, and or was it Plymouth? There was a lot of sailors there, and so we were out on the lash going clubbing, and so there was a lot of competition to try and pull the birds, and I pulled, and I ended up going back to her place hammered, and got up the following morning and I had no idea where our digs were. I managed to get back there in the end, but yeah, there's a lot of fights. There's a lot of fights there. It's such a shame that it's fallen. Another city, you know, I'm fucking sick of it. It is, Matty. Yeah. I would have loved to have known what you put there, Paul. You don't need to retract stuff, mate. The pine tree I use is the Scots pine. Yeah, you're all right with that. And I think this is what Buddha was using. The pine cone symbolism is literal and not representing the pineal gland. It's also referenced in ancient Europe. But what can we trust now? What information can we trust? We've been lied to about everything, but there is definitely something in Scots pine, and pine needle tea is very, very, very beneficial to you, you know. I don't really know enough about that specific tree to be able to go off on a tangent about it. I just know bits. But who knows? Who knows? Knowledge is a key that can open so many doors. Well, I think of it that way. I like that. I like that. Again, it's philosophical. I love philosophy. I call it common sense. Yeah. Hello, Wesley. You all right, matey? Just popped in there. I'm sorry if I've missed you, any of your comments, my friend. I don't mean to. I'm just trying to catch up now. But thanks for joining us. First aid is a very valuable skill. They should cover it in depth in schools. Yeah, they should. There's so many lessons. If I went into a school, right, post a SHTF, and I was voted in, right, Terry, you're in charge of the education system, right? Okay. It would be so fucking radically changed. It would be completely unrecognizable. Kids would know how to grow their own food. They would know that there are only two genders. Any teacher that keeps pushing that narrative would probably disappear, you know, either by choice or not. You're either part of the solution or the problem. If you're part of the problem, let's get rid of the problem. But yeah, first aid is very important, and I've bought my own. I've got at a guess probably about 60 individually sanitized packs of suture needles to sew people up, and I've got a suture practice kit. They're not that expensive, and depending on what route of skill set you're going down right now, because honestly, guys, you've got to learn some skills. If you've not got any skills already, you've got to learn some skills moving forward, or don't and pay the price for it. Good luck. So I have got a little bit of practicing with that, but not much. I need to. There's just so at the moment. There's just so I've got my fucking head spinning. But general first aid, I'm all right. You know, I've saved at least one life in my life, and that was from training. Yeah, there's that too. Common sense is the best sense. But it doesn't come in very handy if you've got no sense of sight, no sense of hearing. You need to try and tie them all in together. But then when you lose, and this is documented, this is a fact. If you lose one of your 5 main senses, 5 of God knows how many. I mean, intuition. That's an incredible sense. Common sense. I don't think common sense and intuition are the same thing. But anyway, so there are loads of different senses. Loads. It's just that they only push the main 5 in schools, because the rest is woo-woo. They don't give a fuck about that. But common sense is right up there. Common sense can keep you alive. The amount of people that I see on a daily basis that have got zero common sense, And I just think to myself, how the fuck have you managed to survive getting out of bed to this moment without dying? I live on planet retard. I've probably missed you, Dave. I do apologise, mate. If I haven't, good night. God bless, mate. And I'll see you on the flip side. And I will see you on the flip side. Tablets have hit me hard tonight. Oh, what tablets are they? Good shit by the sounds of it. I just hope you're not mixing them in with alcohol, mate, because it's not good. Clever bloke, Dave. Not sure why you're behind on the chat. Anyway, I'll try again another day. All the best. Wesley, it's because, I don't even know if you're still listening. It's because I go, someone will say something and I just kind of go off on a tangent on that subject and then go off on a tangent on another subject and then a sub-subject to that subject. And I never learn. And I get so far behind and it just does my head in. And I do feel bad. I don't mean to be rude. I don't ignore anybody. But yeah, anyway, I hope to see you again, Wesley. Much love. Hello, Richard. You all right, mate? Canada legalized home cultivars. Home cultivar. So I used to work with a girl called Callie. It wasn't her real name, but that was her preferred name. She was from California. Her parents were from over here, but she was born in California, and she came over and started working where I was working, and we were both making like the headrest for fighter jets, and I'm feeling so. And I do think I've got a tincture for this. So before I go to bed, I'll be getting a bit of that down me. It's all natural. And so anyway, she lived in Cali, California. So she grew up in California and she got her own place, moved out of her mum and dad's place and got her own place. And she was growing her own weed and she'd mastered the art of growing weed. And she was then selling that really, really good, high quality, good quality, organic. It's not, we've made another strain. This one's called Skull Fucker. This one's called Demented Death. You know, people just make it stronger and stronger and stronger, you know. And again, they're up to something with making hybrid weed plants that are making people lose their minds now. Look it up. So anyway, she was taking old traditional cannabis plants and, you know, getting really good yields from them and then selling them to pharmaceutical companies and making a living out of it. It was a supplemental income because it's quite expensive to live in California. But yeah, you can't do that over here, you know. It's like I'm growing it for personal use. Oh, hold on, you don't need to cuff me from the back. Fucking hell, I'm a weed head. Cuff me from the front, if you allow them to cuff you at all. Well, yeah, Canada has always been maybe a little bit too liberal. If you live in a country that is too liberal, again, a lot of people will be like, how can you be too liberal? If you're excessively liberal, then you're free. You know, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't fucking work like that. Have a think about it. There's got to be parameters. There has to be. Perhaps not with speech. Again, it's just, if you want to make a very, very complex species like the human to work in big cities and big towns and provinces and all that, and make it work with all of those dynamics, with us being so complex, then there's got to be something put in place to try and help it kind of work, you know? And Canada is just so fucking liberal that it's like, oh, right, okay, you know, I know, right, I don't like Trudeau either, but this is the way it is now. This is the new rule. This is the new rule, you know? And it took a load of truckers to get in there and say, right, we've fucking had enough. But something happened. I think their families were threatened with death or something like that, to the point where they had all that passion and all of that momentum and all of that gusto ripped away from them because they were gaining so much momentum and a lot of attention, waking a lot of people up. So yeah, who knows? Maybe that was the last of the Canadian warriors, the truckers, or maybe a bit more shit needs to happen to them before they start to snap into it. Same applies to every other country. You're never too late, Richard. Never too late, mate. Herbalists were executed, being called. Yeah, they were, van life. Yeah, can you fucking believe that shit? The path that I'm on now in regards to trying to create a natural medicine, not cure, because that's too big a claim for now, right? But a medicine to ease this, a medicine to ease that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And that's the path I'm on. One of many. But again, you need to try loads all at once, you know, maybe 5 to 10 different things. Try them all out, right? And then see which one connects with you, or which ones connect with you, and then pursue it. Throw yourself into it. But yeah, you know, 300, 400 years ago, I would have been burned at the fucking stake. He used witchcraft to help this lady. This woman was having hot flushes because she was being attacked by the devil when she was actually going through the menopause. And this man put a different demon in her that stops her from getting hot and heat. And it was the heat and the hot that was helping her to expel all of the evil spirits from her body. And this man's come along and he stops her from expelling all. I've heard it. I've read it. I would have been burned at the fucking stake for doing the right thing. You could have made this shit up. Try hanging me now. Only recently legalized home cultivation because it was cheaper and less problematic than policing it. 4 plants per person. Since then, crime across the board has declined. Yeah, exactly. Look, how many weed heads do you see or hear about kicking the fuck out of someone? Or smashing up other people's property up, or molesting someone or whatever. You just don't. It's this that causes the damage, and that's why that's being allowed to continue to flow into society. And the more stressed society becomes, the more I was going to say the more weak people, because I sort of stand by that, but I understand that that is quite a sensitive area, really, at the same time, because I was alcohol dependent for some years after losing Sal, and some of you guys have opened up as well tonight, you know. So it doesn't necessarily mean that all of us are weak. Some of us managed to fight it and come out the other side, and with some level of self-control, whereas not everyone's that lucky. And that's why it's being allowed to continue to be sold in every fucking shop you go into. Whereas people who smoke weed are extremely passive. They'll listen to bird song and appreciate it more than most people. They'll look at water, the flowing of water or a river, and look at it in a more profound way than someone that's completely straight-headed. Again, I am not advocating for people to start smoking weed or cannabis brownies and stuff like that. I'm not advocating for that, because not because of YouTube and not because of Google. Fuck you, cunts. Not because of that, but because of what I mentioned earlier on about neurosis and the fact that it doesn't suit everyone, and it can drive people mad, because they can end up thinking so much more deeply than they've ever thought before, and it can make everything make sense and make everything very, very apparent, and it can just be way too much for a lot of people, to the point where it fucking blows their minds and they're never the same again. Microdosing so yeah, keep the alcohol, the depressant, the stuff that makes some men around the world and around the country go home and beat the shit out of their missus just because they've got anger issues and no self-control because they're pissed, beat the kids, start fights with other people in pubs and all manner of shit, and then die of liver cirrhosis and kidney cirrhosis and, or is it sclerosis? And, I'm not a doctor, you get the idea. Whereas something that keeps people calm and mellow and makes them become, to some degree, more philosophical about life and appreciate nature because it is natural. Oh, no. A, because they want society to implode in on itself, and B, because it's a very difficult thing for them to tax because you can grow it yourself. But then, having said that, you can make your own alcohol, and that's perfectly legal. But whether it was legal or whether it was illegal, I don't give a fuck. I'd still make my own cider. I'm not having some toffee-nosed fucking Eton and then Oxford educated pig fucking moron out of touch with reality cunt telling me what I can and can't do. Know thyself. Know that you know the right between the wrong. And if there's any rules or laws or anything like that they start putting out, and you don't feel comfortable with or you don't agree with it, you've not signed any contracts. I don't like smoking without filter tips. It's too harsh on my throat. Because I need to get around to shredding my homegrown tobacco because it makes it smoother, a lot smoother. Right, let me catch up again. I'm so sorry I went off on one there. Again, four plants per person. Like, who the fuck are they to say you can only grow 4? Fuck off. Imagine if someone came around to your house and said you can only grow 4 carrots. You can only have 4 glasses of water out of your tap. You can only take 1,000 breaths a day. You can't do this. You can't do that. Fuck off. Where's your line in the sand? Who the fuck are they to tell you what to do? You're grown-ass adults with life experiences that they wouldn't be able to comprehend or fathom or understand. They wouldn't. You're more real than they could ever be, you know. So why would you take orders from people that haven't got a clue about real life and real people? They're all about greed and control. That's it. Why would you take orders from these people? What do you mean I can't park there without paying? What do you mean I can't do this? What do you mean I can't do that? Education, a lot of areas have banned swimming lessons. Yeah, exactly. They want everyone to be unhealthy, physically and mentally, right? So they're attacking kids at a very young age. Are you sure you're a boy? Because I did notice that you picked up that girl's doll over there. So, are you sure you're not a girl? I'm sure I must have picked up. I grew up in a house, right, with a violent alcoholic mother, right, and 4 sisters, right. So one older sister, she was the oldest of all 6 of us. Then one younger sister, and then 2 other sisters. So 4 sisters and a mum, right? So at some point, I would have picked up a doll and thought, every time I move that forwards and back, it opens and closes its eyes. So it was the male, practical, logical element of the male interacting with the mechanical side of a stereotypical girl's toy. So I will have picked up a doll, several dolls, you know, and just looked at them, and then looked at how the hair comes out of these tiny little holes in the scalp, and just examining this toy. Curiosity, not because I was questioning my fucking gender. I was just curious how this worked. And there were dolls that you could put water in them and they could wee. And I was curious how that mechanism worked, not from a perverted point of view, just a curiosity point of view. Now, if a little boy picks up a doll and spends anything more than 3 seconds around it, you've got some fucked up, indoctrinated cunt of a teacher that needs to be fucking hung, right? Fucking that child's head up by getting that child, a baby, to question what gender they are. Just because they picked up a doll. So they're fucking with their minds and they're fucking with their health. So loads and loads of, we've got kids now that have got rickets. Rickets was it's a bone disease. It's a lack of good nutrition, basically. So we've got a return of rickets in 2026, which was quite, prevalent in the Victorian era. The workhouses and stuff. I mean, the workhouses. What the fuck? I think that our generation, speaking out and speaking openly, are possibly our only chance of turning the human race around and getting it to thrive and getting it to its full potential. And its full potential, I think, is way beyond what I can fathom, and I can fathom a lot. So, I mean, you look at America, we think we've got it bad over here. I saw a video earlier on of a British woman, and she had a can of American Fanta, orange Fanta, right? And a can of British Fanta. And there was something like 40 or 45 grams of sugar in their Fanta. 15 grams of sugar in ours. There was not much, and it probably wasn't from a great crop of oranges, but there was actually real orange juice in there, along with various E numbers and stuff. It wasn't great, all pop shit, right? But what the Americans have got, and people had faith in Kennedy to turn this shit around. Morons. Naive, retarded fuckwits. So America is being blatantly out and out poisoned to death because they can't take their guns off them. So we'll find another way of fucking them up. But the fact that, I went to a school that had its own swimming pool when I was a kid, Acre Ridge, Peterlee. Swimming is an excellent form of exercise. Really, really, really good. Low impact, good cardio, good for the muscles. Good. Swimming's really, really good for you. I've got a gym membership at my local leisure centre. But the last time I ever went in a public swimming pool was that leisure centre, and I've never been in one since, because I just had this epiphany. I've gone and turned something positive, and I'm about to turn it into a negative, but that's just from my point of view, right? So swimming is an excellent exercise, very, very good for kids, and teaching kids how to swim, again, is a skill that could save their lives further down the line. It could, right? But the last time I went down there, and I used to swim a lot. I love swimming. I'm not a great swimmer, but I'm not bad. And I saw a kid come up out of the water like that, spit water out, snot dribbling out, and both nostrils. I thought, that's in this water. Then I saw a guy doing, he was a proper length swimmer, you know, and I can't remember. I don't know. You've got a butterfly. You got. I think it was a front stroke, or I think it was a front stroke, and it was like boom, 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 spit, boom, 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 spit, boom, boom, boom. You get the idea. So I'm thinking, right. So that's snot, spit. How many kids have pissed in this pool? How many adults have pissed in this pool? Then you've got fecal matter, period blood, skin cells. I thought, I'm in human soup. I got the fuck out of that pool very quickly and showered the shit out of me. I never went back. Yeah, I'll swim in a river. I'll swim in a lake. I'll swim in the sea. And then you've got the chlorine and various other chemicals. And you wouldn't believe how much of this stuff your body leaches in through your skin. Your skin, most people, believe it or not, it doesn't matter how much water you drink, most of you are dehydrated. You can drink as much water as you want, but because most of the water, or most, if not all of the water that you drink is dead water, it doesn't hydrate your body, not properly. So your body is naturally looking for other ways of hydrating itself. So if you get into a massive big fucking pool full of water, your skin, your body's automatically going to want to take in, more water so it can hydrate itself. And in with that, it doesn't have any filters to stop. It might have allergic reactions that can be displayed so you can do something about it. But most of the time, it'll suck in that chlorine. It'll suck in that those other chemicals. It'll suck in the fluoride. It'll take it all in, and then that's all in your bloodstream. So I'm very pro swimming and teaching kids to swim, because it's a skill that could save their life one day, or they could go on to save someone else's life. And it's great exercise. But I do think the public swimming pool system needs to be maybe readdressed and reapproached. Oh, fuck me. Sorry, Richard, you got all that from swimming. Oh my God. That's crazy. Yeah. Please don't feel bad. It's okay. Mate, I am what I am. I'm an empath. So I'm assuming what other people are thinking, and yeah, it's got its good points and its bad points. They used to have little disinfectant pools to clean your feet as you entered the. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, what the fuck was in that? No one questioned that. They got rid of those too. Now all the kids are getting verrucas again. Yeah, verrucas. Skull fucker and demented death. Sounds like a cage fighting advert. It does. Yeah. I suppose it does. Yeah, I like that, Richard. It's like with wrestlers, wrestlers used to have these like the Undertaker and all that. I was never interested in that. It's just because it was all fake, That's why I like watching MMA. I like watching proper warriors fighting. And then when they're all fucking hammered and the nose is over there and the lips down there and they've got teeth missing and stuff like that, and it's a proper genuine hug. You beat me, mate. You deserve to win. That's a warrior. Whereas, the whole wrestling thing, it was all, again, it's bread and circus. It's just like, watch this entertainment over here whilst we're putting all these measures and these laws into place behind your back, ready to fuck you up further down the line. Go to these football matches and feel all the camaraderie with all of your other fans and stuff every time your team scores a goal whilst we're doing this over here. They're all distractions. All of them, every single one. Bread and circus? It's a Roman term. Rome never went away because bread and circus worked on weak minds. Oh, good night, Jordan. I'm sorry if I missed you again. I frustrate myself. I remember they had them feet put. Yeah, governments always retain control when allowing something. Hence the 4 plants. Yeah, exactly. It's like, who the fuck are they? Don't give them your power. Ever. As long as you're a good man and a good woman, as long as you've got those innate good attributes, empathy, compassion, those 2 in particular, right? As long as you've got those, so to some degree, and you know that that's not right, and by the way, if you see something that's not right, step in and fucking do something about it. Say something. I drop my dad off. I see my dad every Wednesday, right? And I'll go and pick him up, and then when it's time, when he wants to go home, I'll drop him off at Long Eaton Green because it's usually like there's a lot of traffic then, and he'll catch a bus. I'll drop him off at Long Eaton Green. He'll catch a bus from there, and it's bus lane, bus lane, bus lane. It cuts past all the traffic, and he's getting on. He's getting on. Now, because I pulled into a bus stop where there's enough room for 2 buses, but there was only 1 bus, and he was early. So he was out of the bus having a bit of a fresh air, maybe having a fag. I can't remember if he was having a fag or not. I don't know. I can't remember. Right? I pulled into this massive gap, knowing full well I'm a good driver, very good. Knowing full well there was no buses behind me, so I wasn't restricting that section. Now, it does say that you're not meant to park up in a bus designated bus area, right? So I've got shit coming from Derby, where my twat nav sent me into a bus lane. Just bear with me. Sent me into a bus lane, and I got a letter through saying you owe us this amount. I was worried about my dog. I went to a vet in Derby, and my twat nav fucked me up. No one was harmed. I never obstructed anyone. Nothing. But they want money out of me. They can fuck off. I'm waiting for all these people to come at me. I'm ready for them. But I went and did a bit more research. I'll get back to the dad thing in a minute. I did a bit more research, right? And they've made millions out of 100, approximately rounded off number, 100,000 people that have made the same mistake as me in the last 4 years. Which means that it's quite possibly a very cleverly orchestrated funnel trap to get revenue, which is what the police are for with the speed cameras. It's all about revenue. It's all about getting your hard-earned cash from you, out of your pocket, with no victims. No one would be any the wiser of what you did. So fuck them. So I've got that. I've built up a massive, big fucking pile of parking notices and all sorts of stuff, all manner of stuff. You know, come for me, come for me, come for me. So back to the dad thing. He was off the bus. I was in the car. It's always very brief because my dad's aware that it's a bus stop. I'm aware that it's a bus stop. I'm aware that there might be a bus coming any second, you know. But I know he's got shelter and he's good to go, you know. So I saw this young guy who was probably about 30-ish, give or take a couple of years, right? So I pull into this spot. There's a bus parked at the bus station, at the bus stop, right? As always, I lean in, give my dad a big fucking hug, tell him I love him, had a good day, and then he gets out the car and then he goes to the bus stop. And he never has to wait long. At Long Eaton Green, he never has to wait long. 5 minutes tops, right? And I saw this young bus driver look at my car, nod his head, then look at me dad and go, just saw his mouth moving because I was in the car. But I knew from the body language that he just refused my dad to get on that bus. And that was fucking it. That was it. Again, you've got to stop tolerating injustices. There's no one harmed, no one hurt. Just a cunt. So I got out the car and I just said, he's getting on that bus. He's getting on that fucking bus. I was there, right, not too close that he could feel my breath, but I was there. He's getting on that fucking bus. He says, you can't stop there. I said, I haven't stopped. I'm dropping off. I'm dropping him off. He's an elderly man. I'm dropping him off and then I'm gone. I'm not blocking any other buses. And then he turned around and said, right. And he looked at me dad and he says, you can get on the bus. He says, but I'm going to take a photo of your car. I said, okay, take a photo of the car. But if you take a photo of that car, I'll take your fucking head off. I'll take your fucking head clean off. And he still took a photo of the car. The amount of self-control I had to fucking muster up because every single fibre of my body wanted to use that and smash his fucking skull to pieces. So I tell you what, if ever there was a silver lining that came out of that, I managed. There's too many fucking cunts on the planet. And some of them are going to get destroyed, and some of them are going to get destroyed by me. But I need to be more discreet about it. You know, I don't go around harming people. I don't go around upsetting people. I do the opposite all the time. I try and, even when I'm not feeling good in myself, I still try my level best to spread positivity everywhere I go because it's needed. But there was no need for that. There was no need for that. And I know that I dropped him off. I think this was probably about a year ago. I dropped him off and he was refused. By then, I'd driven off and gone around the island and waved and then gone home. I didn't realize he'd just been refused entry because I dropped him off in the same spot. And I asked my dad, I said, is it the same guy? This was after the second time, after the event, after the, you know, I'll fucking take your head off. After all that. And he said, yeah, I think it was. So one, every Wednesday, every single Wednesday, we do the same thing every Wednesday. And most of the time there's a bus already there. And I'm like, oh, great timing, Dad. Quick hug. Love you. Blah, blah, blah. And he's gone and got on the bus. So the only times he's been refused entry twice to a bus was with that cunt. And I never forget a face. I'll leave it at that. I can't say much more than that. I can't say much more than that, but I'm a very vengeful person. Very. When it comes to cunts and it comes to people I love and care about, you know. Anyway, I need to bring this back up a little bit. I do apologise. Hello, Mandy. You're right, sweetheart. Hey, I tell you what, all of that's just done the trick. You know. Welcome to the live stream, sweetheart. We're gonna go another 20 minutes, try and turn this around and try and get a laugh out of this, and shut it off at 2 o'clock. Because I think that's, yeah. I'm off. Oh, good night. I've probably missed you as well, Paul. Good night, mate. And if I don't speak to you before, I'll see you soon. We'll get that wild camping when Mike gets back from his holidays, from his jollies. You need to see salt, Celtic to hydrate. Yeah, you do. I've got shitloads, mate. And I think that's something that's something I need to. It's too late now because I do believe that that's the end of the prep food haul videos. That's the end of them. I don't need anything else. But I do wish that I'd pushed salt, good quality salt, more often in those videos. Yeah, it's so important. Those minerals are so important. Your body can't survive without salt. But that xXx table shit, it's not good. The xXx salt, table salt. I don't want to be sued by xXx. So I would just like to say, xXx, if you're listening, you salt shit. So xXx salt is the same as the white processed sugar that you get, just as bad. Do a deep dive on both of them and the bad effects on the human body. Not good. But yeah, and I put a mixture of 3 different types of salt sprinkled into a proper copper mug, and then pure water, and then stir it 20 times one direction, 20 times the other directions. Sometimes I get like being a bit of a renegade, you know, and I just do 19 and then 18 the other side. Rock and fucking roll. But that can bringing your water to life. That's one of the problems we've got, is that we're not drinking living water. It's all dead, lifeless. But you are right, Van Life. No laws are real. Fuck me, we are born good or bad. We know what's right or wrong. It's literally built into you. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. Exactly. It's that simple. You know, it should. And if everyone saw it from that very, very simple, very accurate perspective, all this shit would be over in overnight almost. It would, because people just wouldn't comply anymore. And as far as, if you look into the American Native Indians, for example, they had, you know, humans are humans. You know, you've got cunts and then you've got saints. And whenever they had cunts in their tribe, they had elders that would decide on a punishment for that man or that woman. They would, but it would have to be something significant, not like, you can't park your horse there, we're going to fine you. The fuck? Or how? You need to go away from this tribe forever because you misgendered her. Well done, Terry. Great self-control thing. Probably is these people have no idea how the real world works. As you said, there was no need for... No, there wasn't. But I think it's a power thing. Or maybe it's someone just taking their job far too seriously, knowing that I wasn't really meant to allowed by the legal system, which means fuck all, to park in a bus stop or stop in a bus stop. Legally, I'm not meant to do that. Fuck them. There was nothing behind me. I was dropping my elderly father off. So it's all down to discretion at the end of the day, and a reflection of who you are as a human and your level of humanity. So he was just a 24 karat gold plated cunt. That's all. And he's got it. He needs a reminder. But that was a very, very challenging moment for me. Like I said, anyone that I've ever fought has had it come in. They've had it come in. You know, if you were a fly on the wall on each one of those occasions, you'd go, yeah, fair enough, Terry. Fair enough. You would. And he was one of them. So I don't know. I don't know how I managed to pull that off, because the rage was there. And again, try not to allow yourself to get to rage, because when you get to rage, it's very, very, very dodgy ground, because the more rage you feel and sense, the less self-control you've got. Because anger, you can have control over anger, like, oh, fuck off, and then you can walk away or beat them with your words to the point where it triggers them into violence. Then you've got an excuse, if that makes sense. Whereas rage, you're on the brink, if not past the brink of self-control. And I felt rage because it was my dad. Hi, I'm still here. Bus driver wankers. I like that. I like it when you. I like it when you swear, Mandy. There's a sea salt company here in Anglesey, Hallamon. It's good stuff. There's also a smokery, unrelated, and they smoke the rock salt. Good stuff. Wow. Fucking hell. That's some salty shit. I did find out about this. I'm not sure if it was a salt or it was a mixture of certain. It was all natural, and it had something like 300 different minerals for the body. And I just didn't. I didn't write it down. I didn't make a note of it. I didn't. I'm so frustrated. But the downside of any natural quality salt that's got from the sea or the Himalayas does have varying degrees of microplastics in it. It's almost unavoidable now. But it's still better for you than table salt. It's got more minerals in it. But I will look into that, my friend. I will. Where can I get salt from, please? Yeah. Can someone? I don't like messing around with my phone, as you know. So if anyone can email me, if you can email me the name of that salt, I'll get some in. And I implore anyone to please stock up on salt. Good salt. Stock up, get as much as you possibly can moving forward. Because again, it's got a multitude of uses. It's not just beneficial to the body. You can make your own saline. The list goes on and on. Good for cleaning wounds. It's good stuff. We need it. Get stocked up on it. The smoky experiments with different woods too. They smoke meats, fish, cheeses. The owners a really nice down to earth guy too. I like that. He's bound to be down to earth because he sounds like a man of nature and really ancient traditions, you know. I've got a book on smoking and curing meat and fish, but it's not very easy to follow. I could do with trying to find a better book, if I'm honest. But I've got a book on everything now. But I've had to remove an ornament because they were all so prized in there, just trying to get one book out. 2 days later, oh, you fucker. So I've created space for about 3 more books. But I need to be very, very selective. Funny people stop you about dropping off in a bus lane, but don't want to stop you from getting mugged, rather just want to take pictures. I know, you couldn't make this shit up. Modern Western culture has become so fucked up. But just take some solace in the fact that people like you and people like me still exist. A voice of reason, a mind of reason. And it can be infectious, like laughter. and loads of negative things as well. But it can be infectious. So stay on that path if that's the way you think. The world needs people like you more now than ever. The Saltwater Co. The Saltwater Company. Well, that's not difficult to remember. So cheers for that, Richard. See, I could do with smoked fish. Shame I'm in England. I'd be in there every day for sure. Yeah, me too. The saltwater comes from the Menai Straits. Oh, right. Oh, wow. But still, the straits, when you look at the structure of a river, if it's got loads of rocks on one side, the river will always find the path of least resistance. So you're going to have the microplastics from various oceans and seas flowing through there, being sucked, drawn through there. You know, I'm just saying, I don't want to piss on anyone's bonfire, but this is just a fact of life at the moment. We've got microplastics, and yeah, just start eating kimchi every day, or at least once a week. It's one of the few things that can get rid of microplastics out of your system, and it's a massive problem, causing a lot of health issues. Rich or natural, that's what life's all about. Spot on, Matty. You can buy home smokers or make your own. Yeah, you can. Just a basic barbecue with a lid and hickory wood. Hickory's one of the best and cheap. I have no space for smokers. If I was to buy one and use it, I would get chucked out of that singling. Yeah, it's a shame if you've not got no room for it. Terry, how I have your email, I forgot. I will send you the movie name. It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I like that. That's a very lovely man. That's a great mantra, you know, to say to someone, you know. I don't know why the Truman Show just jumped into my head. Good night, good day, good night, good evening, or something like that. Right. Hold on, mate. I've got no light on my keyboard, so bear with me. There you go, brother. Ordinarily, Mike or Lana would stick it in there, and I was struggling to see what I was doing. So make a note of that. And again, that email's there for everyone. You know, if you ever feel low, if you ever feel down, if you ever, you know, I don't know everything, but if you ever want any advice on anything, just email me. Again, as I've said before, I might not get back to you straight away, but I will get back to you. I will. And if I can help, I will. But yeah, you're welcome, Matty. I needed to practice anyway. Where's my certificate? I've got a world record, Guinness World Record on the slowest typing skinhead in the world. You know, and I hold that title very dear to my heart. Anyway, on that note, I'd like to just do a bit of that and send a bit of love out into the universe, not expecting anything to come back. Don't ever do that. The only typing skinhead. Yeah. There are skinheads out there that can type very fast, but I'm the slowest, which makes me special. You know? I'm very, very special. Oh, man. I'm glad we turned that around, because I don't like leaving things on a negative. I really don't, you know. So at least we managed to get a bit of a chuckle at the end. Right, so we're going to bring this down to a nice, gentle close. And yeah, it's been a lovely. I love live streams. You know, it was a game changer. It was when I was able to start doing this, and we've had no technical glitches tonight. No issues. It's run smoothly and by the numbers. And that's how it should have always been. But the next live will be from the caravan, and I'm a little bit more laid back then. I'm so laid back that when I'm doing a live stream, I'm kind of in my caravan, like leaning across like that. I'm so relaxed that if you pay very close attention, you'll see drool dripping down out of my mouth, off my beard, onto my top. Just drool. Because I'm so fucking relaxed that I've got no, you know, I've lost a lot of like bodily autonomy, which is very strange, you know. Not really, because if that really was the case, do you think I'd admit it? Anyway, look, much love to you all, and thank you again for spending your time with me tonight. And I've loved it. You know, we've covered loads of subjects, and even when this channel does come to a natural end, and it's going to, we will go over to the Waffling Wizard, and we will carry on with the live streams, because I do think that it's really important for us all to make sure that we know that we are definitely not alone, you know, because we're not. It's very difficult and very challenging for me to be able to relate to a lot of my neighbors on a deep level, on a reality based level, because so many of them don't understand or see what's really going on around the world, and what the potential future has in hold has ready for them, you know, the trials and tribulations that are ahead of them that I've prepared for that they haven't. So being the way that we are, and the way that we recognize, understand, and see the world, can lead a lot of people to feeling very, very isolated. And I think that this is a good tool to help iron that out, like a technological village green where we can meet up and converse. You know, it's a good thing. It's a positive thing. So I will keep the live streams going. Maybe the occasional prepping video, but not many. I've done it all. Anything else out there is there. It's already out there. Anything you need to know, it's already out there. I've got nothing left to give apart from bringing people together and conversing, interacting in real time. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, and please enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm off to watch Skullfucker and Demented Death. Richard, send me a copy. I'm interested. Much love to you all. And yeah, just know we've got this. Keep fucking going. And ciao for now.